solvency risk or performance risk in India. We only do pecuniary loss. So this is, though it comes under the insurance of interest, this is connected to pecuniary loss. So we were also discussing about employment, re-engagement of employee, same default employee, or they're not allowed, and discovery period, and accounts and other thing, how they have to be very careful. All these things we were discussing. Then in a fidelity guarantee, the most important things what we discussed, there are three people are involved: insurer, and insured person. Why we give so much importance to insured person here, unlike health insurance policy? That's why we say three parties are involved, because we have also taken into consideration the money given to the employer, that is the insured, as a caution deposit. So when at times of claim, we will look into that, the net loss. See, for example, the sum insured is 1 lakh. Actual loss is 125. Just for make you to understand very clearly, I have taken this stand. Sum insured is 1 lakh. The actual loss is 125. But the amount can be recovered from the insured person, that's from the employee, by way of caution deposit, is around 20,000. So what is the net loss? 1 lakh sum insured, 125 is the original loss, but amount recoverable is 20,000 from the insured person. So actually the net loss for the client, the net loss for the insured is 1.5, that is 1,05,000 only. What is the sum insured? Sum insured 1 lakh. So what we will do here, this particular policy never applies under insurance. This particular policy purely an indemnity policy. But one thing you must understand, the deductible, whether it is applied or not, is more important. Even after applying the deductible, that is the 20,000 we have taken into account, the net loss of the client exceeds the sum insured. For example, out of 125, we have taken into account 20,000. The net loss is 105, that is 1,05,000. What is the sum insured? Only 1 lakh. So here how we go about the claim, the deductibles will not be applied. Please note it down. The deductibles will not be applied in case where the net loss exceeds the sum insured. So sum insured is 1 lakh, the net loss is 105. So naturally it exceeds. We can't give 105 because it's already 1 lakh only sum insured. So we will pay the actual sum insured. So this is what it is applied. In case, suppose the recovery is much more than the default employee means, we will calculate if it is below sum insured, whatever actual loss that we will be paying. That is why it's called indemnity policy. We will never apply under insurance. I hope it's clear to you. So now we will go to, because I needed some energy to explain to you, that's why I just kept it pending. Now I explain to you how do we proceed with the claims in case of fidelity guarantee. Why the third party is more important? That is why we say two kind of laws are involved. One is law of insurance and law of suretyship. That's why we said there is a speciality of the fidelity guarantee. Three parties are involved. Then again, discovery period also we discussed. 12 months, either from the termination or the cancellation of the policy or after the discovery. The two factors taken into account. So that is more important in case of lodging a claim. Okay. Then I already told you pecuniary loss and performance solvency risk are not coming under this. Now we will go to the modified form of fidelity guarantee policy. Modified form of fidelity guarantee policy is nothing but what we call court bond and government bond. Mostly this question comes only for the juniors, not for the seniors. Maybe they want to know, the examiner want to know whether you are aware of other than commercial guarantee policy. But for the sake of the book, what it is there, you must understand what is what. Court bond, three types of court bond is there. One is administration bond, another one is receiver bond, another one is liquidators bond. How to remember this? How these particular bonds are actually interpreted in reality? Administration bond is nothing but if a person, a big shot, you would have seen in a lot of cinemas and movies, the big shot will not give a will and he would have died all of a sudden, and there will be a fighting between the kith and kins who would be owning how much from the property. So when there is a will has not been given and the owner is died, how we are going to distribute the assets to the eligible nominees or legal heirs? So what will happen? These people will go to court. The court, that's why it's called court bond. They will nominate. The court will nominate a person. He is called administrator. What is the duty of the administrator? Since there is no will, he will see that who are the eligible people to share the property of the deceased person. Accordingly, he will execute. Suppose while doing it, he should not misappropriate any money for his guarantee, because his integrity is more important. No, because court is creating this. So he has to give a bond. He will be giving honestly. He will do the work. For that, he has to execute a bond called administration bond. So you remember will. If there is no will, a person will be appointed by the court. He has to see that the right proportion is going to the right person. For his integrity, he has to give a bond that is called administration bond. What is receivership bond? Receivership bond, nothing but, you would have heard, there may not be, the parents may not be there alive, a minor child will be there. You would have seen some Rajinikanth movie also. And he will be well treated by his uncle or somebody. Still he grow up as an adult, his assets will be managed by these people. So normally what will happen, if such people are not there, and how this money will be guarded? If the person who is real owner is a minor, or the person who is a real owner is a mentally challenged, how this money should be properly managed? We cannot leave this to the relatives. So it will go to the court. Some of the good-hearted people may go to the court, say that this money properly should go to the eligible child. So the court will appoint a person called receiver, and he has to see that the money is properly distributed when the boy or the girl grows up to adult. So that person is called receiver. That this bond, what he is executing for his integrity, that is called receivership bond. So when you think of receivership bond, you think of minor child or mentally challenged child. Okay. Next, the third court bond is a liquidator's bond. What is liquidator's bond? Somebody looted money from the public. You would have heard everyday case. Somebody looted the money from the public, and ultimately what they will do one day, transferring all the money to somebody, and they will say that I've become a pauper. I've invested in a wrong side. I'm not able to make any money. I don't have any money now to pay back to my people. So I give an insolvency notice. So he will put an insolvency notice. And by putting insolvency notice, he may be trying to escape out of the commitment what he has given to his customers. So this will go to court. You would have heard about many things every day, day-to-day life. It will go to the court that beneficiaries may not be able to get anything from this person. So the court will appoint a third person who is a liquidator. He has to give a bond, that is liquidator's bond, for his integrity. He will ensure that this money, what it has been recovered, what it has been collected from the person who said he is insolvent, and that will be redistributed accordingly. So that is how these court bonds are working. Now it's clear to you. What about government bond? Government is insisting some kind of bond from the customers, which is not connected to insurance, but still it is there in your book. There are two types of government bonds. One is custom bond, another one is excise bond. Custom bond, it may vary few months to 7 years, because it all depends upon what type of things they are importing or exporting. Is mainly connected to importers and exporters. For example, automobile, they may import some foreign cars, exotic cars. So for that they have to pay the custom duty. If they are not paying the custom duty, naturally they will be penalized. You would have heard about it. Many cinema stars, they have not paid the custom duty while importing the foreign cars. So it will go to the court. So what will happen? That person who is going to do regularly, either month-wise or a maximum 7 years, he has to execute a bond with the government. He will pay the appropriate custom duty properly. He will not default. That kind of bond, what he is executing with the government, the importer or the exporter, is called government bond. The effect of the government bond, custom bond, is only around months to 7 years. What is excise bond? The people, those who are in the country, who are manufacturing excisable goods. What are excisable goods? Your textile, your alcohol, all these things are excisable good. And these people should properly pay the tax to the government. So when you start a factory creating excisable good, these people should enter into a contract with the government, give a bond that they will be paying the tax properly, excise duty properly. And so mostly these bonds are annual based. So what you have to know from the examination point of view, though we are more concerned about fidelity guarantee policy, they are all called commercial policy. Though we are not directly connected to court bond or government bond, there is a difference between these two fidelity guarantee policy. For example, commercial policy, FG policy, what we are executing or we are underwriting, it's a simple policy. We are not never use any authorized seal from government. But a government bonds, court bonds, another thing, they have to put a court seal. So that is a different. It's a simple bond, what we are underwriting, but court bond are not simple, is under seal. And proposal is a must for us, but proposal is not a must for government bond. It is only the material fact. And here, the insured is a party to the contract for the insurance company, in FG policy, but in a court, there is no party to the contract. In insurance policies, anytime if you feel the insured is a defaulter, his moral hazard is bad, you can terminate the policy. It's voidable. But in a court bond, you cannot void the policy. And in insurance policy, the renewal is actually not automatic. Either the concerned insured can renew, or you can even refuse the renewal as an insurer. But in a court bond, the renewal is automatic. They have to renew till the work is carried out. And I already told you about stamped. This is stamped, insurance stamp in the insurance policy. And default time, if there is any problem comes, we have got a time limit for lodging a claim in an insurance company. For example, in a FG policy, within 12 months. But in a court bond, there is no default limit. That is the difference between FG policy, between the government and between the court and the commercial policy. We will go to the next other miscellaneous policy. I will be rushing these policies because only examination point of view I will be discussing. I cannot go very in depth because this kind of sum or mathematical calculation kind of questions will not come in these aspects. Mostly direct questions will be coming. So I will be rushing this. If anything you want to know better, you can tell me in the last hour. I will be giving you some hour for interaction time. In that we will discuss. So other miscellaneous policy, most important policies for an examination point of view are plate glass, pet dog, blood stock, event insurance, agriculture pump set, salt work and hut. Because it's there in the book, I have taken for you to discuss. Plate glass, what all you should know? Anything covered by other policies. For example, if somebody has taken the plate glass, that comes under burglary. You cannot cover under plate glass. And for example, there is a fire damage. He has not taken a plate glass policy. Fire cannot reimburse the plate glass because there is a specific policy available to take care of breakage of policy. But fire has damaged means that fire policy will take care. So if there is specific policy or any other policy, the risk is insurable. Fire risk is insurable by fire policy. So fire only can reimburse. A breakage of plate glass policy can be reimbursable only under plate glass policy, but not under fire policy. It is only given to fixed glass. It is not given to normal glass. There should be a frame. Okay, it is given to only plain glass. It is not given to decorative glass, artwork. You might have seen some churches where some Italian glasses will be there with artwork. That is all specific policy should be given like special contingency. Normal plate glass cannot cover because normal plate glass can cover only plain glass. So whenever we underwrite, we should know whether it is properly covered by frame, whether it is in a secure place, whether there is prone for any external damages, and the location. Suppose it is situated in the heart of the city where most of the vehicles are going. There is a very possibility a stone come inside and hit fixed glass. So in that case, our underwriting aspect should be taken care. So location is underwriting factors we have to look into. Frame, whether it's a new frame or old frame. If it is a new frame, it tends to shrink or enlarge during cold season or hot season. So in that process, definitely the glass which is fixed inside can break. So You should avoid as much as possible new frame. Okay, all these things underwriting factors. But what you would remember for plate glass, only for fixed glass, only for breakage, and it is only for plain glass. This is what you have to remember. Any other peril like fire peril or burglary peril must be covered by the respective policies. Plate glass will never cover, it will only cover accidental damages to the fixed plate glass plate. Neon sign, already we have discussed. Neon sign is actually kept in open. It is for the hoarding like advertisement where theft is automatic cover. But we have to see that the locality is there, and it is prone for accidental damages to natural calamities. So if there is a AMC is there, our premium will be reduced. If the AMC is not there, the premium will be more. Weathering, due to natural weathering, because it's always exposed to under sun and rain, and that is not covered under neon sign lamp. Sporting equipment. Sporting equipment, if you take badminton, cricket, golf, like that we will cover normally. It is for the equipment we cover, and it is worldwide cover. Can also the sports people, those who are going different country, for them we can execute this policy. But we can cover only the equipments, not any other thing that is carried along with the equipments like consumables. Pedal glass, pedal cycle, damage to tires, lamp, you know, the cycle must have been totally lost. Accessories and theft of accessories not generally covered by pedal cycle policy. EQ and riot and strike are not covered under pedal cycle policy. And that is what you have to know. That is enough for the juniors. Coming to bloodstock, is a very common question for both juniors and seniors. Bloodstock is different from your Jatka horses. Jatka horses are the horses which is pulling the cart. They are all coming under horse insurance under normal rural insurance policy. But bloodstock is a very specific policy, comes under general other miscellaneous policy. Bloodstock means it's a race horses. That's specifically used for only race purpose. Their value is very much more. For example, their value will be more than 1 crore each horse. And it can be even 2 crore, 3 crore, 4 crore, one horse. So we give the policy only to pedigree horses and breeding horses and within the geographical area. For example, if it is within Karnataka means within Karnataka. If it is within Tamil Nadu means within Tamil Nadu. Suppose if they go outside the geographical area, the policy cannot extend that cover, but they have to take a different policy like a transit policy. But what are covered? Death due to disease or accident. Or any animal insurance, the simple thumb rule, death due to disease or accident is covered. But what are not covered? Slaughter. Suppose the owner doesn't like the horse. It is not winning in many of the races. So you want to shoot down the horse. So slaughter, that we cannot pay. Surgery. When they want to carry out some surgery on the highly valuable horse, they have to get consent from the insurer, and on the consent of the insurer, if they carry out the surgery, during the surgery, unfortunately if the horse dies, the claim will be paid. Otherwise, without the consent of the insurer, surgery or castration or anything cannot be covered. That you have to know. Castration means it's actually making impotent. The male horse will not be fit for breeding purpose. Then parturition. Parturition means the horse which is delivering the young one. For the breeding horses, we give the delivery risk. Like, see for example, maternity benefit, what we say in human. Whelping risk, what we say in dog. Parturition is what we say for cattle and bloodstock. So parturition is delivering of young one. That is an extra cover. That is all connected to consent of the insurer. And poisoning horse is not covered. Kumari is a disease, it's a name. It is not a Kumari of a girl, name of the girl. Kumari is a disease and osteoporosis is a disease. For that, the policy is excluded. But the horse died due to Kumari or osteoporosis, claim cannot be settled. If the horse is transported other than the horse van within the geographical area, this policy cannot cover. But if they want to transit by air and sea or outside the geographical area, they have to get definitely a extra premium, add-on premium and endorsement. Otherwise, this policy cannot cover. That's what you have to know. How do we go for age? Age of the horses, we never go to the age what they are telling. So when you insure a bloodstock, we will take the 1st January is the age. Suppose if they say the horse is 10 years old, so they would have taken a policy in between. They would have taken a June June 5th, they would have taken a policy mentioning 10 years old. So automatically the very next 1st January, the next age will come. So we will calculate the age of the bloodstock on every first day of new year. That is also an interesting part of bloodstock. Okay, then coming to pet dog insurance. See, dog insurance is very common nowadays because dog values are increasing. We have insured dogs for 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, even dogs are available for 1 crore, even though government now prohibited importing of some specified breeds to India, but still dog values are going up. So we can insure pet dog insurance. What is the age group we can insure? We can insure the age group 8 weeks to 8 years. 8 weeks means 2 months. So 8 weeks to 8 years. Why do we go for 8 weeks? Because within 8 weeks, the puppy must have been inoculated for all kind of vaccine, so that to protect the puppy for the future diseases. That's why 8 weeks to 8 years. More than 8 years, we will not cover pet dogs. So here what you have to understand, they must have vaccinated for many diseases, importantly rabies and distemper. As I told you, Kumari and osteo not covered if the horse dies out of the disease. In pet dog, they have to prove that rabies and distemper is automatically vaccinated. So if the pet dog not vaccinated for this, the cover may not be able to settle. So vaccination is a must for pet dog. So again, PTD is not covered. We have a lot of add-on covers. For example, the person who wants to take the dog wherever he goes to the different parts of the world, transit by air, road, worldwide travel, and all these things they have to take extra. From there is a possibility of whelping risk, theft risk, poisoning, TP and LOP. LOP means loss of value. He's taking the dog to a show. On the way there is an accident. The dog met with an accident. He is unfit for entering into the dog show. So whatever amount he has paid to enter into the dog show, that will be taken care by loss of value. TP means if the dog bites somebody, if somebody puts a case against the owner, the TP liability. Poisoning, death, theft, whelping, it's all there, but on extra premium only, it cannot be covered automatically. So automatically what is covered? Death due to disease or accident. Okay. Then coming to other miscellaneous policy, package policy. You all know there are 2 types of policy. The office protection shield, you forget it, it is there in the book, but all our 4 companies, common policy is shopkeepers and householders policy. But still, office protection shield and credit society mentioned in your book, you just know office protection shield is meant for tenant liability. Tenant liability is automatic. It's just like a commercial policy where it comes comprehensive risk. It may differ to different company. After the 4 company, the name may be different, but it is generally called office. That means whatever there inside the office, the men, machineries and their liability, everything insured as a comprehensive risk. But if the office is then a rented building, tenant liability is also automatically covered. So furniture picture is covered. It's a comprehensive policy. Just you know that it's enough. You don't go in depth. It is not common for all 4 companies. Credit society, yes. I already told you that pawnbroker cannot be covered because pawnbroker cannot be covered under jeweler's block. But there is a separate policy allowed called credit society policy, pledged gold, and the gold cover, fire, burglary, dishonesty, negligence, employees negligence, transit, everything can be given in a way of credit society policy, but that is not very common in our industry, but still it is there in the book. Just to know, you can learn. Coming to the shopkeepers, we already discussed about the shopkeepers and householders policy. Shopkeepers, what is the difference? Major difference about the shopkeepers. See, shops are normally registered under Shop and Establishment Act. The Shop and Establishment Act defines many shops as shops. For example, restaurant is a shop as per the Shop and Establishment Act. Or a tea shop, that is also registered. A bakery, that is also registered as a Shop and Establishment Act. But whether our shopkeepers can cover every shop, that's what you have to know. Then over the, suppose there is some over the counter sales is there, Suppose across the counter they are selling like a medical shop. They go and give you a prescription, a medicine is given. So whether that kind of shops are covered. And some shops only carry out repair. For example, if you go to rewinding shop, mixie rewinding shop or pump rewinding shop, they will do only rewinding of pump, coil, they will do only rewinding of machine. They won't sell new machines or new pump or new your mixie or grinder. So the rewinding shop, whether we can use it, because they are also shops only. So what you have to understand, this cannot be given to every shop. There is some classification for which only you can give. What are the classification? Then we will read now. But for the examination point of view, you must know there are 11 sections in shopkeeper's policy. Shopkeeper's policy doesn't cover theft automatically. Theft is add-on cover. That you must know. Juniors must know. 11 section number, juniors must know. What is the section, the 11th section that is not there in householders but is there in the shopkeepers, juniors must know. That is LOP section. The LOP, loss of profit, can be only given to those shops, but they must be a class A construction. That cannot be given to thatch or ordinary shops. There must be a pakka construction, A class construction shops only we can extend the section 11, that is LOP. Coming to householders, here also 10 section is there, but the fire and first 1A and B is compulsory. Apart from that, they can opt for other 2 sections. So totally 4 sections they have to take. More than 4 sections, they are eligible for 15,000 per discount. More than 6 sections, if they opt for 6,000, they are eligible for 20% discount. This is a common for all 4 companies. So shopkeepers, only over-the-counter sales, no repair shop. Repair can be secondary. Why? Repair, if it is primary, it is not coming under shop. For example, rewinding shops. If it is secondary, it is coming under shop. For example, a mobile shop, where they are selling mobile phone, but they are also doing small repair works of mobile. So it's a secondary. For mobile shop can be covered under shopkeepers. A watch, they are selling watch also, but they are also carrying out, putting a battery, minor repair. So that is also can be covered under shop. So that is the difference between a shop that is exclusively carrying out repair, a shop that is carrying out repair only as a secondary. So that's what you have to know. So householders policy, you all know, there are 10 sections. What all this section, I don't want to explain again. What all you learned already, like burglary, plate loss, and television. Television is a separate policy, like all dress policy, no, electronic policy, breakdown of televisions, and pedal cycle, baggage, everything what you learned already, that is there. Except the public liability workman compensation, which you will be learning in liability policy today evening, but that is also included under the 10th section under householders policy. So 1A and B is compulsory. They can opt for 2 more sections from the optional section. Under shopkeeper, I already discussed 11 section. What all covered? Loss of profit is there. For loss of profit, what is the eligibility? That's all we finished. Coming to the shopkeepers, what is more important? What is the sum insured we can insure under shopkeeper? This is not very clear. I don't know. The participants and the candidates, you must know. See, generally, what is prevailing among the 4 insurance companies, we normally cover shopkeepers not exceeding 10 lakhs of insurance. If it is more than 10 lakh, we will not put them into shopkeepers policy. But private companies have changed. They are going up to 5 crore under shopkeepers policy. But as on date, all the 4 companies, as what is prevailing, up to 10 lakhs we can consider, provided that they are coming under the classification of shopkeepers. We are giving the cover up to 10 lakhs. So if there is any doubt, you kindly check up whether this sum insured 10 lakhs increase among the 4 companies. That I leave to you. I couldn't check it up at the last minute, but as per prevailing thing, maximum 10 lakhs. Then restaurants, tea, coffee shops cannot be insured. Minor repair can be already discussed. And whenever you are insuring the building should be insured for the market value only. And section 1 and 2, A and B should be identical. What it means? Whatever you declare value for the contents in fire, the same value should be for the burglary. You should not give a different value for contents for fire and burglary. It cannot be different. If you keep the contents in fire, the same value must be there in burglary also. That's what the identical value must be there. So it's common for both householders and other things. What are the other small policies? Special contingency policy. What is special contingency policy? Special contingency policy is a customized policy designed to take care of the need of the customer. Is it for the cover that is not covered, excluded under other policies? No. Special contingency policy, it is bringing different kind of cover from multiple policy into one policy. It is not incorporating all the exclusion of multiple policy. That is the difference. What is not covered in all policies cannot be covered under special contingency. What is covered but not covered in one policy, what is covered that is not covered, the other policy is covered here. So That only not a cover standard exclusion. If there is a standard exclusion not covered by any policy, for that we cannot create a contingency. But one policy is excluding. For example, you take all risk policy. Under all risk policy, electrical and electronic breakdown is not covered. Okay. So electrical and electronic breakdown is covered under electronic equipment policy, but it is not covered under all risk policy. So you want to give a cover both normal, not only all risk policy and also along with electrical and electronic breakdown. For example, you take a camera, a video camera, take a laptop, okay, take your costly mobile phone like iPhone, 50,000, 1 lakh, 2 lakh. They are not only prone for total loss like theft, they are also prone for accidental down, breakage, and that can result to mechanical breakdown. So in that case, they have to change the IC. So in that, whether it's covered in all risk policy, no, it is not covered under policy. So how do we cover? So we cover that is not covered under all risk policy, but that is being covered under electronic policy. So we club together, we create a cover called special contingency. So please understand, special contingency policy needs file and use approval from IRDA. But I know most of our insurance offices, they are simply issuing the policy without following the norms. But as per the norm, it must be approved by file and use by IRDA. It can be clubbed for risk, but not clubbed the risk which is totally excluded by all policies. Okay. Then coming to cricket match, is a very common question for exam. Normally the cricket match, what we do, the match expenses we will cover. But what we not cover, if there is any refund, ticket sold, and there is no refund, we cannot cover. No refund on cancellation. Only any other contractual liability, we cannot do. Only the expenses to carry out the match, that expenses we cover. Because we do not know how many tickets sold. And so we have to put no refund clause in the tickets. That we will put. But what is interesting in cricket match, the cricket match is covered for natural calamity or any other risk that is agreed to, because it's coming, it is more or less like a special contingency policy only. Club together natural calamity or any other threat also it is included. For example, the match has already started, the ball is bowled. So once the match has started, after that if anything happens, even if it is happened due to insured peril, we are not liable. This is more important for examination point of view. We are liable till the match is started. Once the match is started, suppose the match cannot be started due to heavy rain, due to heavy flood, due to some accident, bomb blast, match could not be started. So we will reimburse. Once it's started by simple ball is bowled and it is already started after a whistle and any other peril that is happening, it cannot be covered under cricket match. That's more important. Even insurance nothing but it is given for any events. For example, a manufacturer of a two-wheeler launching an event of a motorcycle, a manufacturer of a car who is launching a new car, and there is a big event. He has invited all the YouTubers, they invited all the press people, they invited all the VIPs, and in that something has happened. They are not able to continue the event because of unexpected calamity. So actual expenditure, that is only without profit only we can give for creating the event, but we cannot give the loss that is more than the financial loss accepted in the policy, that is more than the sum insured, or more than the audited accounts, or that can be recovered, that cannot be paid, profit that cannot be paid. Only thing, if they are not able to carry out the event, what are the expenses that is not recoverable, no recoverable expenditure. So what expenses are incurred to organize the function, only that we can give, provided the function has not been able to organize due to insured peril. So identity theft cover is nothing new. It is rarely came the question 2 years before. It is connected to debit card and credit card. If somebody has lost the debit card, credit card, and immediately we have to give to the notice to the bank to stop the transaction, to block the card. But sometimes what happened, we come to know after 1 or 2 hours later only. Meanwhile, after 1 or 2 hours, suppose the card is misused and the amount what it has been utilized from his account, the person's account, that cannot be reimbursed by the bankers. So for that we have got a cover and misused amount before reporting losses. And after reporting losses we cannot, because that is a duty of the bank to stop it. before reporting the losses, then we can give this cover. This is you remember, it is connected to debit and credit card cover. Kidnap and ransom, it's a worldwide cover. What is more important, the insurance sake, the ransom is not paid to the kidnapper. Insurance company cannot deal directly with the kidnapper to release the hostages. Only the insured, suppose what is the ship owner and he has actually, that his crew got become the hostages of the kidnapper. The deal may be going on between the owner and the employer and the employees. So say a ransom must have been given to the these culprits. So that if it is agreed upon by the policy and the ransom given to the defaulter or the crew, that person who was actually culprit, that can be reimbursed, including the medical expenses and the crisis management expenses under kidnap ransom cover. What is important for examination point of view? It is not directly reimbursed to the culprit. That means the kidnappers. It is only trying to reimburse the actual expenses like medical, crisis management expenses only to the insured who has taken the policy, whose man became the hostages of the kidnappers. Okay. Then intellectual property insurance, somebody has stolen my name and somebody has put a case, for example, and they know that this is not their product, but they are selling the product on somebody's name. So the person says, sir, it is my product, and they are selling other name. For example, the expenses, legal expenses incurred to win the case, so that expense will be taken care by the intellectual property right insurance. So it is normally given to the big manufacturers, like you take for example a manufacturer who is producing. This has happened to one of the doll manufacturers. You know about Barbie, no? Barbie doll manufacturer was selling Barbie, so much of Barbie during Christmas season, during December and January. And what happened? That time when another company came inside US, that company name is called Bratz. They used the same doll, same prototype like Barbie, doing some cosmetic changes. They started selling. But later they found out a person who was working in Barbie has joined with the Bratz and he has stolen the technicality of this manufacturing thing, and he has sold or he has helped the competitor to sell more products than the original Barbie. So Barbie incurred heavy loss. So Barbie put a case in the court. Court has found out, yes, it's true. A person who has left Barbie and joined Bratz, and he has only taken the intellectual property and he has stolen. So the loss that is incurred by the Barbie must be reimbursed by the person who has actually stolen the property. So that award was passed. So later the Bratz, who is a competitor, had to pay the compensation to the Bratz because their intellectual property was stolen. So these kind of insurance are there worldwide. That's why it is there in the book also. But to make you to understand, I just told the story. Okay, we will go reinsurance. Under reinsurance, because we are completing the part of general insurance, general miscellaneous insurance. Under that reinsurance, just to refresh your knowledge, I am not going in depth about reinsurance. You all know under reinsurance there are two types of reinsurance. One is facultative, another one is treaty. Facultative means is individually proposed. There is no obligation. Give and take only. If you give, I will take. You must give. No question. You must give. So it is only option. Proposed. No obligation. That is faculty. Normally it is done for larger risk. What is treaty? Treaty has got different type of thing. One is called proportional treaty. Another one is non-proportional treaty. You know very well. There are proportional. There are three types of subclasses: quota share, surplus, pool basis. And non-proportional, there is two types of subclass: excess of loss and stop loss. I am not going in depth about these things, but what is connected to miscellaneous you must know. For example, under non-proportional, the excess of loss is the way of reinsurance for public liability and motor insurance. So you must know, because I am dealing with your public liability now, going to deal with public liability. So public liability loss must be reinsured only in the section called excess of loss. So excess of loss under miscellaneous section is more important while we think of reinsurance for public liability. Then another one is non-proportional, is important for miscellaneous insurance when we think of health insurance, because health insurance losses is taken care only by stop loss insurance. It is also called excess of loss ratio. So stop loss insurance. So what is excess of loss? What is stop loss? This you will read in reinsurance if you opted for reinsurance for exam. Otherwise, for the examination point of view, you please remember excess of loss normally applied the way of reinsurance for public liability under miscellaneous policy. Stop loss is the way of reinsurance under wealth insurance under miscellaneous class. It is enough for you under reinsurance. Going to rural insurance policy. This is the end of miscellaneous. Under rural insurance policy, you see, what is you have to know? First you recall what is rural, how the rural is defined. What is the rural is different from micro. See, the micro insurance is a new concept introduced by IRDA few years before. So what is the difference between rural insurance and micro insurance? Is there any particular IRDA regulations are there? Yes, there is a separate regulations for rural, there is a separate regulation for micro insurance. What you have to know under rural or micro insurance? Under this insurance, we do insure persons, property, plantation. It's also called non-traditional insurance. Mostly we will be insurance, animal insurances, and we also insurance assets also, like properties also we incur. We also insure plant, not all plant. Some plants are insured by plant, regular agriculture insurance company. But some plants we are insuring like horticulture and other thing we are insuring under our general miscellaneous policy. So what you have to know in animal insurance, animals like sheep, cattle, goat, pig, rabbit are covered. And other animals like elephant, sericulture, honeybee, aquaculture are covered. So under rural insurance, there are two types of insurance. One is called scheme animal, another one is called non-scheme animal. What is scheme animal? The animal purchased via loan through bank, where the person who is purchasing is a below poverty line person. He is a very poor person. So because he cannot pay the full amount for the value of the animal. So government is helping him by way of subsidy. So when the government is giving subsidy, then the balance will be paid by the bank. So the poor bank or the poor family happen to buy the animal for their livelihood. So every day they have to eat something for their living. They have to keep something. So for that government is also helping, bank is also helping. Because they are already poor, we cannot claim more insurance premium. So for that we give non-scheme insurance rate. Scheme insurance rate. So scheme insurance rate applicable to those who buy assets by way of subsidy or by way of bank loan. But bank loan must involve subsidy. Bank can give loan to the private people also. Bank can give loan to the poverty people also. So this is connected to only below poverty line. So whenever a scheme animal is involved, our premium is less. Our claim method is also different. Whenever a non-scheme is involved, I am a big shot. I want to have a farm. I want to have 100 animal. I am going to the loan from the bank. Bank is giving loan. So I am a big shot. It's a non-scheme. For that the premium is more. The claim settlement is also more. What is the difference? That's what you are going to know. So what the regulation says? The regulation, this is more important for the juniors. As per the Insurance Act, rural insurance is compulsory by all general insurers in India. If they are not doing rural insurance, they will be fined, they will be penalized, even they will be imprisoned, they will put into jail. So what is a new norm? The old norm changed. What is a new norm? What is the act that governs this rural insurance as per the Insurance Act? 32B and 32C of Insurance Act is connected to rural insurance compulsory. And under the section, what is the changes? Any insurance, general insurance company, if it is more than 6 months operating, if it is below 6 months, is a very, very fresh insurance company, this will not apply. If it is operating more than 6 months, it will apply. So first year, they have to complete not less than 2% of the gross premium for rural. And whatever business they have done under general insurance, they must have done at least 2% the first year. Second year, 3% of the gross premium. And third to 7th year, 5%. And 8th year, 6%. And 9th year and thereafter, not less than 7%. So the minimum is 2%, the maximum is 7%. This you must know, especially the juniors, because it's a compulsory as per the Insurance Act, as per the regulation. The regulations also a little changed, obligation to IRDA obligation changed. So now the percentage also little changed. So you must know. This is applicable to those who are already operating in Indian soil as general insurer more than 6 months, and first year, 1 year completion, second year, and likely it goes up to 7 years and thereafter. So I already explained what is scheme and what is non-scheme. Scheme means you have got IRDP, Integrated Rural Development Project, Small Farmers Development Agency, DRDA, District Rural Development Agency. These are all centrally sponsored. These are not sponsored by state government. Please understand. So the centrally sponsored scheme, as a public sector insurance company, we have to go with a non-scheme applications. For example, non-scheme rate, non-scheme way of settlement of claim. What we do insurance? We cover indigenous animals, crossbred animals and exotic animals. What is indigenous? That is country animal, born and brought up only in Indian soil. Crossbred means it is crossed with a foreign animal. And exotic means it is nothing connected to the Indian animal. It is just imported as it is from some other country like New Zealand, Australia, Denmark. They have totally foreign blood. They don't have Indian blood. Crossbred will have both foreign and Indian blood. Indigenous, it will have only Indian blood. Why this kind of classification? Pure Indian blood will less risk for us because they can survive many diseases. So our premium is less. Crossbred, they survive, but to some extent they are vulnerable because they have a foreign blood. So our premium little higher. And exotic, they are more prone for risk because they are pure foreign blood. So our premium is much higher. This is how we classify. So death due to disease or accident is covered. Permanent disability. Permanent disability means the animal cannot be used for that production. For example, a milk animal, if milk is stopped in toto, the animal cannot produce in her life again milk. So it is called permanent total disability. For that we will give for the milch animal. Suppose a bullock, the animal has lost his legs during an accident. The bullock cannot pull a bullock cart. So it has lost his productive life. So that we can give. But if it is not associated with the productivity, we cannot give PTD. So PTD is a permanent total loss. To which animal we can give permanent total loss? Only two animals we can give PTD. One is cattle, another one is camel. You cannot give PTD to sheep, goat, rabbit. You cannot give any PTD to rabbit. That's what you have to understand. And coming to cattle, poultry, sericulture, honeybees, these are the common questions, small questions for the juniors. Cattle, always remember, scheme animal has got some advantages. What advantages? Scheme animal, the premium is less and the claim is settled on agreed value basis. See, for example, it's insured for 5,000. The animal died, we will pay exactly the 5,000. He will pay the 5,000 to the bank. Bank again will release the fund, again he will buy an animal. There will not be any deductibles, there will not be any liability. But in case of non-scheme animal, suppose the animal died. So it is based on market value or insured value, whichever is lower, whichever is less. For example, non-scheme animal, the insurance is insured for 10,000 rupees. At the time of death, the doctor certifies it is worth for 12,000 rupees. So sum insured is 10, but its value is 12. But whichever is less, we will pay only 10,000. Suppose the doctor certifies the animal, even though insured for 10,000, it has not been properly kept, maintained. So it is only worth for 6,000 rupees, the doctor mentions. That is a market value. So even though it is insured for 10,000 rupees, the insurance company will settle only 6,000 market value, whichever is low or whichever is less. But this is not applied in scheme. Scheme you will exactly settle because that is agreed value basis. This is not agreed value basis for non-scheme. It is based on either in a market or sum insured, whichever is less. Then non-scheme animal transit. Their transit is automatically covered in scheme animal because normally they'll bring the animal to the stable to get a loan, and further the loan will be sanctioned by the bankers and it will be given, subsidy will be given government. But non-scheme animal, you can transfer the animal, you can buy an animal from one place, you can bring the animal to your place, but within 80 kilometers the transit is free. But more than 80 kilometers by foot, you have to take a separate marine policy. And for other than foot, like suppose you are transporting an animal by road and rail, you have to definitely pay a marine insurance policy 1% of sum insured. So that is a difference in case of non-scheme. So you please understand. So the cattle, the age group is 2 years to 10 years. Why 2 years to 10 years? The cows will started yielding, come to productive life from 2 years, but they can be productive only maximum 10 years. So we have restricted 2 to 10 years. Bullock are a very rugged animal, and buffalo, they will get their stamina. Camel, it will get a stamina only after 3 years. So we have taken only for bullock, buffalo, camel, only age at entry is only 3 years. But because they have taken little late, they can withstand many years. That is why more than 10 years like cow, we go up to 12 years. That's the difference. Here 2 to 10 years is 3 to 12 years. Bull is different from bullock. Bullock means it's meant only for pulling the cart. Bullock. Bull means it is not used for pulling the cart. It is used for breeding purpose. The semen is used for artificial insemination. It's for breeding purpose. So his life is very small. Productive life is very small. Even though it's fit for breeding 3 years. So here what we did, we started 3 years, but we stopped 8 years. So that is the age group. Horse and pony, 2 to 8 years. Goat, 4 months to 7 years. Pigs, 6 months to 3 years. Rabbit, there are only few animals can be insured from day 1 day onwards. One is 1 day rabbit. But today, this has been changed. See, the rabbit 1 day cover, actually the rabbit 1 day cover, it is there in your old associate book. But if you would have read the new associate book that is reprinted in 2024, the 1 day has been changed to months. So that you have to correct here. I will correct later, but here it is not 1 day. Only the chicks from 1 day are insured under poultry insurance. No other animal is insured under 1 day. This we will correct. Okay, but maximum 4 years only. Elephant, they are eligible for insurance from 5 years to maximum 60 years, because elephant can live even up to 100 years, but their productive age is up to 60 years. So that is the age group. So just to remember few things like cow, elephant, rabbit, and all other things are just to know for you. But examination point of view, don't forget cow, age 2 to 10 years. And dog age, that is 2 weeks to, you already know, that is how many weeks you are, 8 weeks to 8 months. And 8 weeks to 8 years. That is what you have learned in the dogs. So that age group you should not forget. Then cow, don't forget. Rabbit, don't forget. Elephant, don't forget. Others are not much important. Poultry is very important for examination point of view. Layer means those who give only eggs. They will be fit to give eggs only after 20 weeks. So if the farmer want to insure layer, he can insure from day old to maximum 20 weeks. Age group for insurance is maximum 20 weeks. Minimum 1 day. Broiler, this is meant only to eat, because once they get a weight, once they put the flesh, once they become muscular, they will be killed, they will be eaten as a table bird. So their age is not wider. So what we do, we insure maximum 8 weeks only. The broiler bird will put up weight more than 1 to 1.5 kg within 8 weeks because of the food that's given. So after 8 weeks, it will be culled, it will be sent for killing purpose, for food purpose, for eating on the table. So that is why we never insure after 8 weeks. So broiler, 1 day to 8 weeks. Layer, they will start yielding only after 20 weeks. So it should be kept properly. So that is 20 weeks. Then parent stock. What is parent stock? There are 2 types of parent stock. One is the parent which is kept only for the purpose of eggs. That means it is kept in hatcheries. Their job is only to give eggs. Their eggs will be kept in a machinery to hatch the eggs. That is called hatchery birds. That is, you can cover up to 72 weeks. Then another bird is there. For example, layers. Under layers, you can go for egg layers. See, for example, layers effective to give eggs only after 20 weeks. How long but they will give eggs? They can give up to 72 weeks. So you can cover layers either 1 day to 20 weeks, or if they are kept in a farm to get eggs, they can keep up to 72 weeks. So layer fit for laying eggs is 20 weeks. But once they are fit for eggs, they can give eggs up to 72 weeks. So remember, broiler is insured only up to 8 weeks. Layer, if it is up to fit for laying 20 weeks, but once they started laying eggs, egg layers, up to 72 weeks. But those parent, they will not kept in the farm, they will be kept in hatcheries. Those eggs will be used for breeding purpose. Why these parents are kept in breeding purpose? Because these eggs kept by hatchery birds are all live eggs. That means it has got a life. If you keep in hatchery, it will give young chicks. A live young chick will be delivered from parent stock. But if you take an egg that is laid in the farm egg, it is not country egg, it is a farm egg. And the farm egg, if you keep in a hatchery, it will not lay eggs. I mean, it will not lay chicks because that farm egg is non-life. The farm egg does not have any life. It is dormant. It has no life at all. So it cannot be hatched into chicks. So that will be only used as for eating purpose. So what eggs you and me are eating in the market, they are all lifeless eggs. That is why it's also called vegetarian egg, because it has no life. It cannot be hatched into chicks. But those eggs which are used for breeding chicks, producing chicks to send it to various farms, that is called hatcheries, and that bird are called parent bird. They can be insured up to 72 weeks. So that's what the difference between different kind of birds insured under poultry. But poultry bird insurance comes under rural insurance. Poultry shed, poultry infrastructures and other things comes under fire insurance. That cannot be insured under our miscellaneous insurance. Okay. Then come to all poultry insurance, there is an excess class. Up to that percentage should be borne by the insured. Balance only will be settled. For example, in a poultry farm, up to 2% of the birds, if dies, we will not settle the claim. Suppose 2% of the value of the loss exceeds only, we will settle the poultry. So up to 2% of the loss should be borne in a poultry insurance. So excess class is there in poultry. Duck is almost like poultry, but we don't have separate insurance for laying eggs or broiler or nothing like that. Duck is common insurance, but the settlement is not full, and duck is actually settled only 75%. The balance should be borne by the thing. You must understand the excess class is not in each and every bird under poultry. The excess class, the total loss exceeds only, the excess will apply. For example, you have 100 birds. For make you to understand, up to 2% of the 100 birds, insurance company will not give any claim. What is the 2% of 100? What is the 2% of 100? So that birds, up to that birds, if it dies, insurance company claim will not be effective. More like your franchise. More than that, the amount will be settled. So this excess class is different. You don't think each and every claim excess will be applied. Okay. So that you have to understand in poultry. Here the total loss, if it exceeds more than, it almost like a franchise. Okay. But how do we do? Up to 2% we will be deducting. But now it is changed because it is not a market agreement, and companies may follow different way differently, but the premium and the application of thing all are different from different company. So I don't want you to remember all these things. You only remember poultry insurance, the age group, and what are the different kind of birds are being insured under poultry insurance. That is enough for your examination point of view. Coming to duck, our liability is limited to only 75%. Then coming to sericulture, sericulture is nothing but the farmers who are producing keeping this worms, and who are producing silk material for dress material. So the silk worm, worm kept in a silk farm, they are coming into sericulture. What is important? The sericulture must be the support of the sericulture department. You cannot insure every sericulture farm. You can insure only the farm which is supported by the board of sericulture or the government support. And what is more important, the first 5 days, if any death occurs to the worms, the worms being kept with a mulberry leaf, the worm will grow, then they will become a shell, and the shell will be put into the hot water. From there they will segregate the silk fibers. But for that they are rearing as a farm. So this can be covered for death due to disease, but there is a waiting period of 5 days for silkworm. What is important for an exam? The 5 days waiting period is very important for silkworm. More than 5 days, if death occurs only, they will settle the claim. Coming to honeybees, this is also a very common question. Honeybees kept as a commercial honeybees. We can't insure every honeybee. Commercially, where we have honeybee, where you have got a box and supported by Khadi board, and the box, suppose there is a natural calamity or there is a theft, this add-on premium is there for theft, and if there is a damage to the due to natural calamity, the honeybee box, the queen bee leaves the box and goes some other place. When the queen bee leaves, all other bees also will leave. It will desert the box and there will be loss to the farmer. So all these things are covered under honeybee. So what you have to understand, the settlement is only 80%. 20% of the amount to be borne by the owner. Theft is not automatic cover, it is an add-on cover. The loss must be certified by Khadi board. Only accidental loss is covered due to fire or natural calamity. Okay, then we will go to other insurance, AGP, up to 25 horsepower. Below 25 horsepower only AGP covered under miscellaneous. If it is more than 25 horsepower, it would be covered under APD. Salt work. Salt work is nothing but, especially if you go to Tuticorin and other places, people keep seawater and they will harvest salt under sun. And this can be also insured. Suppose the salt work due to heavy rain, if it is washed away, that will be lost to the farmer. But the premium is also more, the excess also more. The highest premium charged in a miscellaneous policy, the highest excess is applied in miscellaneous policy is salt work. So 30% premium, 30% excess. Hut, you need not go through very well because it is connected to, it's there in the book, but don't bother. It is connected to bank finance huts. And it is all now become absolute, you need not read about it. Then tribal package, it is a normal package given to tribal people. It takes care of a competency risk like not only personal accident and also a moderate health insurance policy. What is very important in a tribal pack? We do cover critical illness, 4,000, personal accident maximum 10,000 rupees. So other things are not significant for your examination point of view. Salt work, excess is more important. AGP, the horsepower is important. Tribal package, they include some critical illness like cancer if a tribal comes. But 4,000 is nothing today's life, but still there in your book, that's why I added. But you will not spend more time on that, it's over. Coming to plantation insurance, I already told you, there are two types of plantation insurance. One is done by our 4 companies, another one we are associated with the plantation insurance executed by Government of India. So that both the insurance are important, details are important for examination point of view. For regular plantation insurance, what you should know, it is taking care of horticulture and floriculture. Horticulture means it could be fruits. Floriculture means it could be flowers. It is also taking care of trees. There are some trees we do cover. For example, you take a tea. Tea is not a bush. Originally tea is a tree. So tea comes under the really, it comes under tree. If you really want to see a tree, you would have not seen a tree, tea tree. You would have seen only a bush. And this cinema, they will show you this hero and heroine playing around the tea bush in a tea garden. So you would be thinking that tea is a bush. No, tea is a tree. The real tree, if you want, you go to Kunnur near Ooty. There you can see there is a Sims Park where you can see a tea tree that is more than 100 years old. So trees, there are some trees like coconut tree and many other trees can be also insured under plantation insurance. You don't go in depth. This one takes care of horticulture, floriculture and trees. What is more important for an examination point of view? It takes care of only input cost and it takes care of only the sowing to the harvest or annual, whichever is comes. You cannot insure a tree until 5 years. All your cover is restricted within 1 year only. So that is more important. And you have some optional cover and both franchise and excess is applied. That's what I want to tell you. In a plantation insurance, both. For example, if you go in depth, horticulture, plantation, floriculture. This is our policy. Fire, RSMTD, STFI are automatically covered. No EQ, climatic variation. Pest and disease is optional. Pest and disease is not coming under your basic policy. It is optional. And plantation to harvest or 1 year, whichever is shorter, that is what we can cover. You cannot give policy for 5 years like teakwood tree or 10 years like teakwood tree. No, we can cover only within 1 year, whichever comes shorter. And only input cost. You may say, sir, I have a banana and the banana tree has grown for 2 months or 3 months. If it would have left, it would have given a banana, I would have sold, I would have made a lot of profit. No, you sowed it and you took care of it. you put lot of input cost like weeding, clearing of ground, labor charges, watering, and your fertilization charges, all you put. It has grown up to 6 months. For example, up to 4 months it has grown. So how much of cost you spend to make it to grow till it has lost? Because the damage is occurred at the time of 4 months age. Up to 4 months is what is your expenses. That expenses only can be given by our plantation policy. They are also franchise supplies, they are also your excess supplies. We cannot give, sir, no sir, if you would have come, I would have sold out banana, I would have made lot of money. No, that is expected productivity. That product, that cannot be covered under plantation insurance. So remember, only input cost. Remember, plant and disease is optional. Only accident and natural calamity are covered. EQ is not covered. Drought, some policies cover, some policies optional only. Okay, just EQ and drought or frostbite, all are optional covers. Pet disease also optional cover. General accident only it is covered here. Okay, then coming to claim settlement, I already told you, franchise, up to 10% of the sum issued, claim will not be considered. Or otherwise, another way of class is there, per acre, 1000 per acre affected. If it is more than ₹1000 affected only, we can consider. If below, up to 1000 affected only, it comes under franchise. Either it is related to acre or either related to sum insured. If it is up to 10% or ₹1000 per acre affected, this claim cannot be considered. If it is more than 10% or more than ₹1000 per acre affected, the claim is eligible for settlement. But once you become eligible, in that claim also, we will reduce 20% of our liability because excess clause is there. That's why I told you, plantation insurance is the one in miscellaneous policy where both franchise and excess is applied. And coming to micro insurance regulation, you may be wondering, sir, you explained about plantation insurance. What about Pradhan Mantri? Last year more questions came. Wait, I'll complete before tea break. Okay. Then go to rural insurance, plantation we have finished. Then micro insurance. In the micro insurance is a regulation, 2015. Here what you should know, the small family, for them a special insurance is to be given by regulation. That insurance regulation is called micro insurance. Whom we can give? Husband, wife, dependent parents, but children is maximum 3 children only. You cannot give if the farmer has got 5 children, you can give only first 3 children only, you can cover under that. Okay, what all can be covered for these people? Husband, wife, dependent parent, up to 3 children. What all? You can give cover for their family assets. You can give cover for their personal accident. You can give cover for their health insurance. So this can be through an agent. Who are eligible for agency? Non-government organization, self-help group. All these people are eligible to become an agent. And they are also getting 15% commission. Okay, so what all covered? Health insurance, then personal accident insurance, hut and livestock insurance. It is actually given as a, normally it is given as a group. Okay, so it has got a different classification for life and non-life. But we are going to read only for non-life insurance. So this is more important for your examination point of view. See what is covered, how much it is covered, what is the term of cover. This is more important because questions came often coming in examination. So type of cover under micro insurance, dwellings, content, livestock, all properties clubbed together. Maximum cover is only 1 lakh, 1 year. Okay. Health insurance, this is common for all. Health insurance individual contract, you can cover maximum 1 lakh, 1 year. Health insurance for a group, so you are given health insurance for a group, you can give maximum 2.5 lakhs. Personal accident, either for an individual or a group, you can limit only maximum 1 lakh. So what is the question comes? What would be the maximum amount of cover in a group personal accident policy under micro insurance? You don't think it is 2.5. It is only 1 for both group and individual. Only in health it is different. For individual it is 1 lakh, for a group 2.5 lakhs. That's all. So with this we are completing. Now we are going to Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. You ask your seniors and you ask those people who have already appeared for last year exam. They will say, no, please don't skip the scheme. Lot of questions are coming. Yes, lot of questions are coming. And Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. What is Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana? It is a scheme newly named, not long before, few years before, newly named, merging into two schemes. Already many years there were two schemes were there in agriculture insurance scheme. One is called National Agricultural Insurance Scheme. Another one is called National Agricultural Insurance Scheme Modified. So that is called NEIS. This is called MNEIS because it's called modified. These two schemes were existing before the launch of Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. So what the new government said, let us not confuse the farmers, let us give a better cover by merging the both scheme which is existing for many decades in India, but we can improve both the scheme. We can give a new name. So they merged these NEIS and MNEIS and they newly named as Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. That you must know. What does it cover? It covers food crops and it is classified into different categories that I will tell you in the forthcoming slides. So food crops, like example cereals, millets, pulses, oilseed. So it is only for annual food crops and also annual commercial horticulture crops. For these crops can be taken into this particular policy. Farmers, all farmers are availing seasonal agriculture operation. I already told you, for those who have availed loan in the bank, it is compulsory. For those who have not availed loan, the premium should be paid by the farmer himself directly to the insurance company. And it is only applicable to the notified crop. Which crop you can insure? Government say. When the government said only this crop, only that crop can be taken into this policy. And which area you can cover? Only that area only eligible under Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. That means notified crops and notified areas. That's more important. And it is compulsory for loany farmers and non-loany farmers, it is voluntary. So they have to go to the respective insurance company portal and from the portal they can apply, they can get the policy. Okay, now what is the risk covered? Very common question often. There are different stages of crop coming across under this insurance. Prevented, sowing and planting risk. So he wants to sow seed. He wants to put the seed in the soil so that he can create the plant to grow, seeding. That's a sowing. So he is not able to sow. Why? There may be some loss. Why? What kind of loss? Drought, flood, inundation, disease may be prevailing, that's right, landslide, natural fire, lightning, tempest, hurricane, tornado. All this can prevent not to sow the particular plant in the particular notified area, and the farmer may not be able to, the farmers, it's not for individual farmers, the farmers may not be able to do in the notified area for the notified crop. So if they already taken the policy, and definitely this cover will take care. Post harvest losses, it has come, it has grown, they are doing harvest. But doing harvest, something has happened, their loss has occurred. Coverage is applicable only up to maximum period of 2 weeks from harvesting for those crops who are allowed to dry and cut. See, the 2 weeks is very, very important for exam. It comes again and again in insurance. So in exam. So what is the time period to make a claim under post-harvest loss? 2 weeks. That's more important. Okay. Then localized calamities. Apart from this, general loss can occur resulting hailstorm, landslide, inundation, from isolated area to notified area. See, the notified area is normally identified as less risk area. But there are some other area where it is more prone. But we can't judge because natural calamity cannot be controlled by human. It can spread from another area to a notified area. If it is unexpectedly come to this area where it is insured, the localized calamity can be also considered under this claim. But general exclusion, whatever it may be, certain things are totally excluded. What are? War and nuclear, malicious damage, and preventable risk. What is preventable risk? You must know. Suppose if a wild animal attack, there is some wild animal is coming. So the farmer has to take care the attack is not happening, because wild animal attack is not covered under this government policy. It is the duty of the farmer to take care. And a fire has come, a fire from a natural fire, from forest, or that is stormed the entire area and many damage to different farmers, that is covered. But a fire has erupted in the next neighbor's farm, next neighbor's field. But it is expected the farmer has to do all the preventable measures, and if he has not taken, if he is careless, this fire which is spread from the next field, which has not duly taken care, that kind of losses will not be paid. So please understand, not only nuclear and war risk, not only malicious damage, not only animal impact, damage by wild animals, any fire other than the natural fire spreading from neighborhood, not prevented, even though it is possible, that is all excluded under this policy. What is premium rate? See, the premium rate, it is based on the type of crop. It could be kharif, it could be rabi. Kharif means paddy, maize, cotton. These plants are coming under that. The premium is 2% of some insured. The 2% is very, very less rate, because the premium is much, much more. But only a simple premium 2% is charged from the farmer. The balance premium will be borne by the state government and central government. That you will be reading the forthcoming slides. So in Rabi, the premium is only 1.5. Suppose the area where both cultivated together, kharif and rabi, the total premium is 5% of the actual rate, or whichever is less. Here also 2% of some insured or actual rate, whichever is less. 2% or actual, whichever less, we will charge from the farmer. 1.5% or actual rate interpreted by the actuaries, we will go with the whichever is less. For kharif and tarif together also, we will go with the actual rate. Whichever. If the actual rate is more, we will go with 5%, or we will go only with the 1.5%, or we will go with the only 2%. We will not go more. Okay, that is what you have to understand here. So what is rabi? Rabi is wheat. Kharif is paddy. Example, kharif, paddy, maize, cotton, bajra, soya bean, all these things. Rabi, it is wheat, mustard, sesame, peas, all these come under that. So if they are subjected to these kind of losses, the claim will be settled. How the claim is settled? The claim is settled based on two factors. One is actual yield, another one is threshold yield, and based on that we will decide the indemnity, how much the farmer has to be reimbursed. So what is actual yield? What is threshold yield? How indemnity is measured by the insurance company, those who are associated like us with the government scheme. This is what you have to learn, especially the seniors. The juniors may be knowing what kind of plants are covered, what is the normal premium is being charged compared to the actual rate, what is not covered, what is covered, like malicious damage, like animal thing. But seniors should know how the claim is settled. See, how the claim is settled. Actual yield. Actual yield means we actually expect something, but something not happen. A farmer is expecting he will have some, for example, he will have a better yield this year. So because last few years there was a better yield. So for you to understand, I'm explaining, you would have expected some amount, 5,000 yield per acre, just to make understand, or 100 per acre, yield 100 per acre. That is actually he is expecting based on his past experience. What it is called? It is threshold. But if it is exceeded, he will be happy because he expected only 100 per acre, but it is exceeded 120. So there is no loss. Insurance company also will not come into the picture. Only loss comes, only insurance company will come and help, or the government will help. But here, instead of 120, more than the expected, is original yield, that is actual yield, is only 70% or 80%. So threshold or expected yield is expected 100. But what is actually happened? It is only 70% or 80%. So it is less than what expected. So what we do? We calculate our liability threshold minus actual yield divided by threshold into sum insured. How do you find out the actual yield? How do you find out just because the farmer knows that what happened in the last few years can be taken into account? No. There is a scientific study. For actual yield, it's a duty of CCE people, those people who are conducting crop cutting experiment. It's a crop cutting experiment done by Agriculture Department of Government of India, and based on the calculation, the request number as per the crop cutting experiment, they know what will be the yield, actual yield per hectare of insured crop. They will be knowing that is actual yield. So they will find out exactly how much yield has occurred by way of crop cutting experiment. That is the yield actually done by the farmer. Whether the yield is less than expected, whether the yield is more than expected, that is later. How the yield is measured? Sir, this is the real yield. Whether it's less than or more than, that is different. First, how we are measured? What is a yardstick? The yardstick is based on crop cutting experiment. That's CCE. You should not forget. Okay, crop cutting experiment. Then coming to threshold. Threshold means somebody would have definitely analyzed and come to a conclusion. This is actually expected. Definitely this will come. So that is a threshold. That is actual. This is expected. How expected yield is done? A crop is notified insurance unit is the average yield past 7 years. The scientific calculation is done for an expected yield, that is excluding minimum 2 calamity years as notified state government. So how do they come to a conclusion? What is expected? They will take into account 7 years of past yield. Out of 7 years, they will only take 5 years. They will eliminate 2 years of lower yield. The 5 years they will take into account as the expected yield, or otherwise it is called threshold. Okay, now you understood the scientific method by which how they are arriving. For actual, it's based on crop cutting experiment. For expected, it is based on 7 years, but deducting the 2 years calamity years. So you must understand 7 minus 2. So 5 years, the best yield will be taken as the yardstick for the expected yield. Now you know what is actual yield, what is threshold. Remember, actual means it's a reality, what is really got. Threshold, it is expected, what is based on the past experience, expected. But whether it has occurred or not, that is a different story. Suppose if it is more than that, no question of claim. If it is less than that, the question of claim comes. How do we set the claim? Can we settle the claim exactly the loss? No. Even the loss is restricted. That is called indemnity level. How do we say, see, suppose the farmer has found out he has got yield which is far less than the expected yield. The actual is very less. So he is a loss of, for you to understand, I am telling you, he is a loss of 1,000 rupees or 1 lakh. He is at loss of 1 lakh. Okay. But if you settle the 1 lakh as per this policy, it is a pure indemnity. Whatever loss is true, we will settle. But in this particular scheme, the loss is not measured because loss is based on various factors. Natural calamity, man-made, or there are so many factors are there. And in that case, the entire loss cannot be reimbursed. If the entire loss is being reimbursed means insurance company cannot survive. So there is an indemnity level fixed by the insurance company in coordination with SLCCCI. What is SLCCI? SLCCI is State Level Coordination Committee on Crop Insurance. With this committee, they will take into 10 years thing and they will to come to a conclusion. This particular area, because the indemnity may not be same in all notified area. In one notified area, we have to settle more. In one notified area, the loss may be not preventable. We have to settle more. One notified area, the loss can be borne to some extent and our indemnity may be less. So according to the discussion of the state level coordination committee, the insurance company, they fix the indemnity after knowing the actual loss, how much really we should give to the farmer. That is 70% or 80% or 90%. So based on the notified area, this indemnity will be reimbursed to the claim. For you to understand, with this I will close the slide. For you to understand, see for example, 7 years we are taking it. First year, the yield per hectare 4,500. Second year, the yield per hectare 3,750. Third year, 2,000. Fourth year, 4,250. Fifth year, 1,800. Sixth year, 4,300. And seventh year, 1,750. This is the actual yield. How do we take into calculation? Exactly, we come to the conclusion, expected. It is not actual, expected, threshold. We take out of 7 the best 5. Which is the best 5? This is best, this is best, this is best, this is best, but only 4 is best. Out of 3 worst, we have to take 1 best. Out of 3, this is better than these 2, because it is 2,000. Here is only 1,800, it is only 175. So this will be taken into account as 5th one. So 4 plus 1, 5th one, we know the exact quantum of hectare, kg per hectare. Here you see, total yield of 7 years is 22350. That of 2 worst calamity years, 3550. So from this, the 3550 we will deduct. When you deduct, what is actually coming? Actually coming is 18800. This is meant for 5 years only. Out of 5 years, if you divide it by 5, individual year if you make it, it comes 3760. So 3760 kg per hectare is the threshold. It is the expected yield. Okay, this is the expected yield. Hence the threshold, suppose the expected yield is this. But the insurance company has already decided they are not going to settle the full loss. They are going to settle according to the indemnity level that is decided for the respective area. Some respective area may get 90%, some respective area may get 80%, some respective area may be 70%. For calculation point of view, this acre, suppose decided to give only, this loss has been decided to only reimburse 90%, what is the amount? If it is decided to give 80%, what is the amount? If it is decided to give 70%, what is the amount? Here you can see these 3 amounts. You see 3384, 3008 and 263. This is the liability the insurance company has to settle based on the threshold and based on the comparison of actual yield, and automatically the indemnity level that is decided by the state level coordination committee for insurance. So please understand how actual yield of the farmer is calculated, how expected yield of the farmer is compared, what is the scientific method, and you know the 7 years minus 2 years, the 5 years and that thing, how the indemnity level by the insurance companies are decided, because it is not common for all notified area. Some area may get only 90% of the loss, some area may get 70, some area. So accordingly the claim amount is there. Tomorrow a claim comes and they may not show you the 90, 80, 70. They may show, only ask you which is the 90% of indemnity. So you must be able to calculate the 90% will be 3384. So this is how you will pick up the right answer. Okay. So this with this it is finished. Though finally before tea break, so a claim must be intimated within 72 hours. Loss of accessor, surveyor must be appointed 72 hours, 48 hours. Assessment must be completed 10 days. Claim settlement must be completed 15 days, subject to the receipt of the farmer. These are the conditions of the scheme. Maximum liability would be limited to proportionate sum insured of damaged cropped area. Okay, that is proportionate means whether it's 90% other thing, indemnity level. So how the premium is shared? Apart from the premium for the farmer, in comparison to the actual rate, that's a very small premium. That is not enough to carry out the insurance. So central government and state government is also sponsoring. So that premium rate should come to the insurance company. How the sponsor thing, how the share is happening, it is interesting. State government and union territories, they share 50-50. But in northern state, the state government, the northern state, it is only 90 and 10. So you must understand, for state government and union territories, the central government 50 and that is 50. Here central government is 90%, but north and east is only 10%. The state government is giving very less. So there is a difference in paying the premium based on the states that is there in India. So you must know, generally is 50-50, but northeastern state, only 10% is expected from the state, 90% is given by central government. So claim must not be delayed as per this clause, once the clause is complied. Every paper has come, but insurance company has not settled the claim, and 12% excess will be applied, interest will be applied. That is also there to control the insurance company to settle the claim at specified time. They cannot take their own time. Then in case the insurance company coming across a lot of loss continuously, insurance company is not able to manage the insurance. So in the insurance companies are expected to go with a reinsurance when the total loss exceeds 35% compared to sum insured. So the premium claim ratio is 1:35, or the percentage of claims to sum insured exceeds 35%. The insurance company are advised to have an appropriate reinsurance cover when the loss is exceeding 35%, or the comparative ratio of premium and the loss is exceeding 1:3.5. They are also expected to take care reinsurance cover. With this, I will complete thing. And Pradhan Mantri Fasal Yojana is the thing what we already discussed. There is one more scheme is called RVWCS. What is RVWCS? RVWCS is nothing but it's the same scheme, but it is not based on natural calamity. It is based on improper weather. See, weather index based. It is called restructured weather based crop insurance scheme. The same method is applied like what we discussed together in the just now for the Pradhan Mantri. But only thing, the insured peril is not the same what it is applicable to Pradhan Mantri. Here the insured peril is weather based weather. Suppose the weather conditions are very bad, like damage to natural calamity, adverse weather condition, and all these things affect the farmer, and that loss can be also conditioned. Weather is also taken as a separate policy. It can be along with that also it can be taken. It is called RWBCIS. With this I will complete. Then coming to Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana. See, under miscellaneous insurance we have already discussed everything. And under miscellaneous insurance we were discussing the insurance in the book. We were discussing the insurance in the IRDA regulation. We were discussing the insurance associated with the government schemes. We have discussed everything except one thing. I think this is only left out. With this I will complete and you can have a tea break. See, this is something connected to personal accident policy. This is Government of India scheme. It's called Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana. Questions are coming often in exam. Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, it's a personal accident scheme of high risk. The premium is very less. It covers death and disability cover. Who are eligible? From 18 years to 70 years. And it's a group policy. It is not individual policy. It is automatic policy by all people who have availed loan in the bank. The bank will debit the premium and it will pay to the insurance company. It is by Government of India scheme. But whatever they pay in a different time, the scheme will start, the policy will start only from 1st June onwards only. 1st June to 31st May, because the collection of premium may be various date. But effect of cover starts from 1st June to 31st May. This is important for you. 18 years to 70 years is important for you. The premium will be debited for you, auto debited from savings account of the farmer. You may be asking, sir, he may be having an account in a different bank. Whether every bank will deduct? No. Only one premium can be deducted. It is also in comparison with the Aadhaar card. So Aadhaar card will say that this is already deducted. So another bank cannot deduct. So only one premium is paid. So understand, it's a group policy. What is the amount? Death benefit and PTD 100% is 2 lakhs. PPT, permanent total disability, is 1 lakh. So these are the two covers, and the policy is maximum up to 70 years. Covered? Once you close the savings account, he leaves the bank which has paid the premium, automatically the insurance scheme or this cover also will cease. It cannot be effective. So it has to be with the bank only. And insufficient balance, he is not able to pay the premium because in his account there is no money. Definitely the premium, this policy cannot be effected. Closure of saving, the policy cannot be. There should be enough money in the customers or in the loan, in the bank, in the person who has availed the loan from the bank or account holder must have, then only it will be automatically covered. What is the premium? Premium now recently changed, recently means 1 or 2 years before changed. It is 20 rupees per annum per member. Okay, it can be deducted by bank or post office. The claim intimation within 7 days, it could be intimated, and settlement must be within 30 days. Here don't forget about the claim amount, 2 lakhs, 1 lakh. Don't forget the premium rate, 20 rupees. With this I will complete. I think we have totally completed this policy. Of course I have got some model test. I don't think so we have time to go through all the questions and answer. Since we have got one more class, we will discuss later. But after tea break, now we are going to break tea. Now 3:45, we are going to take a tea break. And these questions, when time permits, we will discuss. Otherwise also, I will give the questions with the answer to you later. But first we will complete the liability policy, because we have to complete today both the content, the subject matter of all general miscellaneous policy, plus IRDA, plus government policy. After that, we have to complete today our liability policy. The discussing about question and answer can be done, depends upon our comfort zone, depends upon the time when time permits. So with this, these 75 questions I will discuss with you later. Now I will be going to I will be closing this miscellaneous insurance, and I will be opening another section, that is actually liability policy, which will be ready once you come back after tea. So please come back before, now it is 3:46. So come back at least before 4. Okay, before 4 you come, 10 minutes only tea time. We will start as early as possible. We have got only 1.5 hours more. We will definitely complete liability, and if time permits, we will definitely discuss about the questions also. And before you all leave, can you please confirm, are you able to see the liability slide in your screen?
Not it, sir.
Screen is there? Liability screen?
Screen is there. I'm seeing only miscellaneous.
It's only there. Okay. I will
Miscellaneous
share
insurance screen is only coming.
Okay. So let us break. I think Mr. Balaji will help me, and I think I will close down the miscellaneous and reopen and share the liability screen after once I come back from tea.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now we are able to see, sir.
Okay. Let it be ready. I'll take a break and come back, Balaji.
Okay.
Shall we continue?
Yes, sir. You can start.
Yeah. Okay. So we have come to the next topic under miscellaneous insurance, liability insurance. To be honest with you all, 20 years before, when the first examination announced for all our insurance employees, and I told you in the beginning it was very difficult because we were never having a syllabus, we were not knowing what to read, and there were no sections like 7 sections, out of that we can select 4 or something like that, nothing were there at the time. But when we started preparing for exam, I personally felt liability is the very toughest insurance because that is not the line of business much exposed to a normal average officer working in an insurance company, because it's a very specialty insurance. What normally there will be some experts, we used to call them liability experts, only they can only know the subject, like that it was there. But I would like to tell you, when I started preparing, after all these things happened, and after I became a teacher, I became a faculty, and I started learning much more and more every day. The liability insurance, I feel and I felt, and I am telling you, it is one of the very interesting part of miscellaneous insurance. In fact, many of us think that something is very complex subject. No, it's not like that. Let us read now. Let us discuss something about liability insurance. And I will be focusing more on examination point of view. Don't worry. We will start. Okay. So liability insurance, as you know, first you should know what is this liability. Liability means some responsibility or accountability of somebody to somebody. Whether I am accountable to you, whether I am responsible to you for my own action. That's a liability. So the dictionary, what it says, responsibility or accountability to pay, that is liability. See, actually what is exactly a wrongdoer is obligated to pay damages. Damages in the sense it could be financial way. It cannot be, you cannot replace some damages, you can only replace by way of finance. To the aggrieved person for the personal injury or damage to the property of the latter. So this is how the liability is interpreted. But legal liability is different. See, liability, everyone is liable. Sometimes we also used to say, somebody's no way is useful to us, we say they are our liability. Because we have no other option, we have to take care of them, even though they are not useful to us. It is not like that. So liability, what we are going to read for the insurance point of view, it is a different one. It's a very simple one, very interesting one. So it is some responsibility, one responsibility and another, for something, not for everything. That's what you have to understand. So what is strict liability? As per the legal canons, suppose if you take the legal norms, there is some liabilities are classified as strict liability, absolute liability, like that. There are different classifications are there. I'm not going in depth about legal liability. I'm going to tell you the liability subject, which is more concerned and more connected to our insurance, and more thing where we are as insurer involved. So how liability arises? The liability arises in 3 different ways. One is common law, another one is statute, another one law of contracts. See, contracts is between 2 people. There could be an agreement. We cannot poke our head or we cannot get into the contract. So whatever happens between them, they have to solve themselves. No third party like us and come and involve and help anyone. So we never insure liability arising out of contracts. This must be clear to you. Then what all we are connected in a liability? We are connected to liability under common law and under statute law. Statute means government regulations, government act, it comes under that. Under common law, where the liability arises to one person to another person, first you forget about where we are involved. First you think where the liability arising. See, the common law says if something wrong done, it's a civil wrong, it's not criminal one. Criminal one, we cannot even talk about, we cannot even think about, because it is totally connected to different Indian Penal Code, where it will be dealt in a different way. Insurance company cannot help anything connected to criminal things. We can only help civil wrong. That means the normal, natural, common law. It is also called tort. It is classified into different way. One is called libel, another one is called slander, another one is called assault, another one is called battery. Not that your car battery or your torchlight battery. It's a different word. Battery, nuisance, and negligence. So you must know what are these taught. What are these civil wrongs? Where insurance company can help, where insurance company cannot help. This is what common law we are going to study in this session. Statute, definitely there are a lot of acts are there. We are knowingly or unknowingly, directly or indirectly, as an insurer, we are connected to that. For example, Motor Vehicle Act. You have no other option. You have to be with them. Public Liability Act. You have to be with them. Workman Compensation or Employees Compensation Act. You have to be with them. So where we are there, what we are going to help them, this is what we have to study under liability. So before that I told you, civil only we can think of, criminal we cannot think of because it's no way we can, our subject. But you should know what is the difference between tort and crime. Tort is breach of private rights of an individual as individual. See, everyone has got some right, but we cannot unnecessarily trouble other in a normal course of life. So if there is a breach, the other person will be affected. So it's called tort. Breach of private rights of an individual as individual. Action initiated by agreed party. Remedy is the form of compensation. Adjudicated by civil code. Understand? Civil code. And civil liability is insurable. See, you can understand. See, something happened between two people and knowingly or unknowingly, it can happen anytime, no? See, for example, a doctor who has not done anything wrong, he may be sued against a professional indemnity policy where he has to appear to the legal norms, he has to go to spend legal expenses and he has to compensate the loss by way of money for the sufferer. So, even though we cannot blame him 100%, it could have been done by even his own employees, like paramedics. Okay, that's called vicarious liability. We say because somebody has done mistake, but it comes to your head. If our children do an accident in our motorcycle, damaging another motorcycle, as a parent we are responsible only. So this kind of things are coming under civil liability. In a court of law, whatever compensation they are asking us to pay, that should be paid. In case, if it is insured, the insurance company can help in the payment of that amount. That is where we are involved, tort. So civil liabilities are insurable. So tort law governs the remedies for civil wrong. A person is liable for the wrongful act, whether done accidentally or intentionally. So intention, not with a criminal intention, it may be oversight. It may be something wrong. Inadvertently also. So if it is not criminal, it is done something by a way of wrongful act, then we have to compensate the other. There the insurance company involves. What about crime? What about criminal? Breach of public rights. See, this individual there, your public right, which affects the entire society as a society. State prosecutes the culprit. Punishment in the form of imprisonment or penalizing. For example, maybe put some fine. Conviction by criminal court. So it is not by a civil court, it's conviction by criminal court. Suppose somebody intentionally kills someone by way of terrorism or something like that. It's all criminal act. Or murder. Intentionally is murdering something by way of personal differences. So it's all criminal. It cannot be a civil one. So it is not also cannot be considered as an accident. So there is a plot. So everything is involved. So criminal liability is not insurable. As it is against public liability, civil consequence of a criminal liability cannot be covered. So please understand the difference between civil and crime or criminal liability. So liability, civil versus crime, still more further. Case made by an injured party against a wrongdoer resulting in damages in monetary terms. Because this man has dashed against my car damaged, I have to spend something for repair. I cannot spend because he only is a culprit. He is a person who damaged. He has to pay the compensation. This is where it comes civil liability. For example, to make you to understand, I took that example. So the civil liability can arise common law, tort, or statutes. That is the government acts. It can arise. But civil liability can also arise under common law. I mean criminal law, criminal liability. This civil liability definitely arise on the common law only. But criminal liability also sometimes arise in the common law where it will be enforced by fine, imprisonment, and both and above. So somebody has got imprisonment means that doesn't mean insurance company can go on his behalf to the jail. No, it's not possible. So certain fines cannot be paid because it is not proved. So suppose there is a criminal intensity, that insurance company, it's illegal. Anything illegal, insurance company cannot come for help. But there is one more liability, is that liability arising out of contract. He has promised that he would be paying the money in time, but he has not promised. But it is a problem to be solved between them two. Insurance company cannot pay the money on behalf of the defaulter. So contract cannot be insured. Liability arising out of contract cannot be insured. And liability arising out of criminal liability cannot be insured. This is what you have to be clear before we get into that. Okay. So what is the difference between the normal tort and contract? In a normal tort, the problem is between two people, but there is no connection. He is no way connected. There is no way understanding between the two. If there is an understanding, it becomes a contract. I agree, you agree. But in a tort, I don't know him, but unfortunately, my daughter or my son has got dashed against his car. So now I am liable to help him. Or something happened to his house, I have to help him. And my pot or my some other thing fell down over his wall, the wall got damaged. So it is my problem only, so I have to help him. Or some injury has occurred because of the vehicle driven by my daughter, that injury expense I have to bear. This is no way connected to me. So there is no privity. So please understand, a tort there is no privity. It is very common question for youngsters. But in a contract, there is an understanding, there is an agreement, there is a direct connection, relationship between two parties. That is why we can't insure law of contract. Clear? Okay, we'll go to next. I told you the instance of tort. Instance of tort means what all can occur under common law. Civil wrong. It's also called tort. What all can occur? Libel, slander, assault. What is libel? Libel is nothing but it is accusing someone by writing in a newspaper or broadcasting in a video like YouTube or in a news, in a tele-news. Some news channel can do a wrong information, can give. A YouTuber can give a wrong information. So this kind of thing, accusing somebody by writing or telebroadcasting, it is called libel. It's a instant of civil wrong. Without authenticating, without verifying whether this really applies to him, simply defaming one person, it's called libel. So it can arise. So that person can sue against the person who is reason for propagating the wrong information. Slander. Slander is not by way of that communication, by over the sky or on paper. It could be directly by verbal. He can verbally, he can abuse the next two neighbors, they abusing each other. That's called slander. So he can feel very bad, the other person. He can even go for a defamation, slander. Assault. In the way of argument, somebody can even create injury on the other. So the injury can go to the court, civil court, he can ask for a compensation. That is assault. Battery. What is battery? Battery is nothing but it's more applicable to genders. A male, without the consent of the female, if he touches the physical body, and the female can sue against the male. So physical touching without consent is called battery. It's a new word. You may not be knowing it so far. It comes under the liability. So you are not supposed to touch without consent of an individual. Whether it's a male or female, male to male, or male to female, or female to male, whatever it may be. Physical touch without consent can even create a damage, mentally or anything. So that is called battery. Then the most important thing for an exam, negligence and nuisance. What is negligence? Negligence is nothing but is lack of proper care and an annoyance is caused. See, for example, he knows if he is not careful to remove that, it could result in an accident. For example, you go to a shop. In a shop, there was a bottle fell down and the oil spread over the floor. And what the shop owner should have done? The shop owner immediately cleaned that floor. It should be wiped very cleanly. It should have made non-slippery. But the shop owner is not careful. He is careless. because he's negligent. It's not proper care. A normal person should have taken care. He's failed to do that. So what happens? Somebody can fall down because it's very risky, it's slippery. So this is called negligence. So you can't say intentional, sometimes it's also oversight. So negligence, whether we are insuring or not, we are already discussed in money policy. Intentional, unintentional. We are discussed in banker's blanket policy. So this all comes somewhere in miscellaneous policy. But where it comes in liability policy, we will discuss. What is nuisance? Nuisance is when the harm is done intentionally. Please understand. Negligence may not be intentional, but nuisance is always intentional. For example, in front of my gate, my neighbor has got a space to park his car in front of his gate, but he doesn't do that. He always parks his car in front of my gate. So then I will not be able to take my car out. I have told him many times, but still he is not bothered. But, so it is harm. It is intentional. He wants to have a free space in front of his house. Or knowingly, examination time, children are studying for exam, public exam. Knowingly the next house neighbor will have a loud music. Definitely interfere the studies of the children in the next house. So it is intentional. So nuisance invites a stricter liability than that of the negligence. You cannot ignore nuisance like negligence. Nuisance requires more step to rectify. That means more involvement of act, more involvement of your steps to take against necessary action. That's more important. So you cannot simply ignore nuisance. So I told you in the liability, there are strict liability, absolute liability, vicarious liability, and a law of tort. What is strict liability? For example, whether there is a fault or not, he has to pay. You know, no fault liability in motor insurance. He may say, sir, I have not done anything wrong. I was only driving my car on the road. But this fellow voluntarily came in front of my car, he fell down in front of me and got injured. It is not my fault, but still there is a no fault liability exists in the law, Motor Vehicle Act. So it's a strict liability, whether or not, whether you know or not, whether you have done or not, but it has occurred because of you, you have to pay. That is called strict liability. Another example, I am going to explain you later, that's called Rayland and Fletcher case. There are 3-4 cases you have to remember in liability. That cases are very interesting. If you go and read your book, liability book, that to the recent latest books, it is like a big pillow. You will get fed up. You will not be able to understand because lines and lines and lines of description is there. You will really fed up. You will not be able to pick up the right points immediately. I am there to help you. I picked up the right points for you to appear exam very comfortably. So I picked up the right points. I will be sharing you next slide. There is one such case comes, Rayland and Fletcher case, which I will describe you later. That is also an example of no fault liability. But I already told you an example of no liability in the Motor Act. So another liability called absolute liability. That is strict liability. This is absolute. That means whether or not this has occurred, you must pay the compensation. No question of argument. No question of defense. You have to pay. Example, your Bhopal gas tragedy. What happened in India? The Bhopal gas tragedy, that company, there's a leakage of methyl isocyanate poisonous gas from Union Carbide Company. And the Union Carbide Company is a Dove soap manufacturer. The Dove, you know, you heard about Dove soap. It's a very famous soap. It's a very big company. But the company, because of that, because of their carelessness, because they are not properly monitored, the gas leak, methyl isocyanate. Many people died, many people lost their sight, eyesight has gone. So here, this liability is strict, absolute, no question of defense. Vicarious liability, the last one. What is vicarious? You are not at fault, but somebody under you made something wrong. But as the owner, as the prime member, you are liable to take care of the loss. As I told you, if children have done something wrong, the father and mother have to take care. Like that, as a doctor, his nurse or a paramedic has done something wrong, and that sick person or the patient sued against the hospital. So automatically it will come to the doctor because the mistake done by the agent or related employee or partner will automatically come to the principal. That's the prime person. So he has to take care of the loss on behalf of somebody. This is called vicarious liability. So you will be learning about in a professional indemnity policy what is vicarious liability. This is already you all very well aware. So now we understood what is the instant of tort and how the liability arises in different way. Now we will go the fundamental principle of liability. That's the speciality of liability insurance. For example, under fundamental principle in liability, you need not prove it. It is already contractual duty. You have to, that a victim need not be proved, and if there is a damage, you need not prove that the damage has occurred, but automatically it is visible and the wrongdoer has to pay. It is a contract's duty. It need not be implied. So that is important liability. In all other cases, for example, personal accident, if the injury is occurred, the injured person, the insured has to prove the injury has occurred to him. But liability, automatically he is liable. Okay. So what are the fundamental principles? There are 4 fundamental principles in liability. One is duty of care. Another one, guard against reasonable probabilities. Another one, unforeseeable. Another one, foreseeable. What is duty of care? It is a duty of someone to take care whether it has directly occurred or not. Example, in your liability book, there is one case is described. The case is called Donahue versus Stevenson. Donahue versus Stevenson is a case where Donahue is a female. What she did, she was given by her friend a soft drink. She took the soft drink in the bottle. While drinking the soft drink in the bottle, at the end of the drinking, she found out a rotten snail was inside the bottle. So she got annoyed. So she drank only a spoiled soft drink because rotten snail was there inside. So, but that bottle was not purchased by the lady. The bottle was purchased by someone, that is her friend, but given to her. But now she has sued against the manufacturer, the bottle maker, the ginger beer maker. The bottle is a ginger beer maker. But here, the ginger beer maker can say, no, she is not my customer. She has not purchased, the ginger beer maker cannot escape as per the fundamental principle of duty of care. Because the duty of care explains, as per the Lord Atkin neighbor principle, what it says, it's a legal duty of the manufacturer to the customer, whether she has purchased directly or someone has purchased and given to her. So once the product is consumed, the person who got affected by the product, even though he has not purchased, then that manufacturer is liable. That's called Lord Atkin neighbor principle. That's a care duty exercise, expected exercise by the manufacturer. So this is the case connected to ginger beer. So when you think the name, she is a lady, Stevenson is the manufacturer, the case went there, you want to escape, the manufacturer want to escape because she has not purchased, but the case ended, even she has not purchased. The duty of care exists even to the other who consumed. So that the law made the manufacturer to pay the compensation of loss, financial loss. The next fundamental principle, guard against reasonable probability. See, when something is happening, you must also know what are the probability of damages that can occur during the course of your action. For example, in Britton and Stone case, what happened? The Britton is a person who is there in a house. Stone is a passenger, is moving around the house next to the wall, the compound wall, and an open street, it's a public area, is moving. The Briton who is playing a cricket inside his house is not bothered whether the cricket blade can go out of the wall and hit against somebody's head. He is simply enjoying. But he is not bothered, he is not taken enough care because reasonable probabilities can occur. He can go and hit anybody who is walking on the road, but he has not taken, he has not guarded. Simply was playing, that cricket ball went out of the wall and dashed against the head of the Stone. Stone is a person and he got damaged, he injured, he underwent some medical treatment. So he sued against the Briton. So Briton says, no, it's not my fault. He was only walking, he should have been very careful. I was only playing with my child. But the law said, no, you must have taken because you are very near by the public place. And every chance the ball can go over the wall. and can hit against any innocent passengers or pedestrians rather. So you are not protected, taken enough guarding. So it is, you missed, you failed the fundamental principle. So you pay the compensation. So this is the one example of another fundamental principle. The third fundamental principle is called for unforeseeable. See, unforeseeable. See, question, how the question may come. Which is the fundamental principle? They may ask you out of the four one. You must know duty of care, guard against reasonable possibility, unforeseeable and foreseeable. Or the question may be even asked the seniors. This particular case, Britton and Stone, whether it is connected to which fundamental principle? So you should be able to pick up guard against reasonable probabilities. That's for the seniors. Okay. Then wagon, mount and SS Corriman. The wagon mount is a ship. SS Corriman is also ship. What happened? This comes under the fundamental principle, what is called unforeseeable. That means it is not expected. Even if it is not expected, whether it is to be payable. If it is not expected, it is not in, it is there in the common mind of a normal person, whether it is still liable. That is the question. What is the story? Wagon mind is a ship. Another ship is called Corriman. They are another ship. They are there very near to each other in a sea. What happened in one ship? There was a damage to the ship. So welding is going on. So with a welder, the welding machine, with a flow of fire and the burning sensation with the flow of fire crystals, the welding is going on. The welding is, they are building the one ship. That is, what is the ship? The wagon mount ship they are building. But unfortunately, the ship got damaged. The oils also started leaking. When the oil started leaking, the oil started flowing on the sea water. But these people are not worried, not bothered, never even thought the oil which is floating on the sea water can catch fire. They simply were doing the welding work. Unfortunately, what happened? The Corriman ship, which was sailed very next to the ship, little away, this water which is flowing from this line to that line, carrying the leakage of oil, continually it is going to the next ship. Unfortunately, the welding, a spark of fire got into the surface of oil that started floating over the water, and it started reaching the next ship. It caused damage to the ship where there was no other activity, and it is damaged the other ship. So the other ship owner, Corriman, put a case against the wagon mount, telling that you must know the oil can float on the water and it can even create the other ship sail aside. But he's very careless, so he has to compensate the loss. So the case went to the British court, and it is occurred in 18th century. Please understand, the case has occurred in the 18th century, where there were a lot of arguments, lot of counter arguments, and finally it has been concluded. Sometimes for a normal human being, certain aspect of loss cannot be expected, cannot be foreseeable, because at that time of 18th century, no intelligent man, no person, a knowledgeable person, no water can travel over, fire can travel over water. People never thought, because water is used to extinguish fire. But how do they know that water can even travel over, fire can travel over the water. But here, it has not exactly traveled over the water, because it has gone over the surface of oil. The surface of oil took the fire to the other ship. It is really unexpected. The science they were never thought of. People at that time was not like exactly what we have today. So the judgment is passed. This is an unforeseeable thing. So here the liability cannot arise. So the judgment is ended like that. So there is another option is also there in the fundamental principle. If it is unforeseeable, this liability cannot be fixed on the wrongdoer. So there is one more provision is also there. That is also comes under fundamental principle. What's the last fundamental principle? Raylan-Wessel-Fletcher. The Raylan-Fletcher, this is one I told you earlier, that when I was talking about this strict liability, I will tell you no fault liability, another case, Leyland Fletcher case, in the next slide. So this is the case. Like your no fault liability what motor insurance, where if you are at fault or not, you have to pay compensation under motor no fault liability. Like that, the Leyland Fletcher case, what happened? This man has actually purchased a very big land. That's a very reservoir, and he used to keep lot of effluents there. But he did lot of good work, and he has also laid lot of pipes underground, and the pipes he used to collect the effluents in that particular reservoir land. The pipes are very good pipe, everything is going on very well. But one fine day what happened, the next land next to the reservoir, the other land of the neighbor reservoir had leakage of these effluents, even though all precautionary measures has been taken, but something is missed, and the leakage of these land effluents came into the other land. The other land, agriculture plants and everything got spoiled, and he has incurred a heavy loss. So he put a case, the Fletcher put a case against Leyland, telling that this fellow missed to take care of reasonable care to arrest any unexpected leakage. So the case went on. Leyland, what he argued with the court, the Leyland said, sir, I took lot of preventive measures, and I laid off pipes also to divert. I took all precaution not to get into the other man's field. But unexpectedly, I never thought the pipe can also get damaged during various seasons, because at that time there were only metal pipes, not like what we have like a PVC pipe. So metal pipe or cement pipe, there were only metal pipe in those times. So what happened, the metal during heavy winter used to have a different property. During heavy sun, hot sun, it used to expand, different property. Because of expanding and shrinkage, the metal pipe got a break, a crack, that led to leakage of effluents to the other man. This is, he has not expected, he is arguing. But the judge said, when you use a metal, you should know the property of the metal, what you are using. The property of the metal used to expand and shrink based on the season. So the likelihood of this damage can occur. You should have thought of it before selecting the metal. You should have taken enough guarding against the metal pipe. You missed to do it. You should have foreseen, should have expected. Since you missed it, you pay the claim. So that is another fundamental principle. So remember, what is duty of care connected to which case? What is guard against reasonable probability which case? What is unforeseeable which case? And what foreseeable which case? Okay. Now coming to liability policy. The liability policies are always called long tail policies. What is called long tail policies? What is this long tail? See, something can happen, but immediately it may not be known to the person. He can take little time to understand later. That's called discovery. Creation is something, discovering is something. Once he has discovered, he will come for a claim. And the claim also will take some time, the settlement. So you see, the claim is not considered immediately after the accident. There are three things are happening in between, and it takes lot of time. That is why it's called long tail policies. Why? Because three things are involved. One is creation, another one is discovery, another one is settlement. So when it takes long time, so naturally there could be a loss, more loss to the insurance company. Because once a claim has occurred, immediately it is settled, it's easy. The monetary loss will be less as per the sum insured. Suppose it takes a lot of time and litigation is happening, and it has to be involved with the litigation, legal expenses, days, hours, manpower. See, it unnecessarily creates a lot of extra losses to the insurance company. So what the insurance company has done, to minimize the latent period between the creation and the discovery, they created some triggers based on two things. Whether they created the policy in two ways. One, whether the claim is claim-made policy or the policy is occurrence policy. So accordingly, they charge the premium. They never waited till it is evaluated till the settlement, because then the policy will be only one based on the proximate cost or based on the creation, discovery and the settlement. But to reduce the loss, they segregated the policy to different way. One, policy based on claims made. another policy based on occurrence based. So accordingly, the claim amount settled by the insurance company got changed to reduce the loss. So what you have to understand, you see these small full above is occurrence policies, below is a claims made policy. See, this is the period of coverage. The green is the period of coverage. The incident is covered within the period of coverage. That is 1 year policy. The second year, the policy has not been renewed. You stopped paying for coverage. It is not renewed, but it is covered. It is occurred in the first year. But in occurrence, in a claim made policy, okay, third year, the policy will not cover any claim filled after your coverage expires. So we will not pay because it is not occurred during the course of the policy period. It is occurred earlier when the policy was existing at the time, but it is known only after that. So the claims made policy cannot settle the claim because every policy will settle only during that course of the period, only that period only. There is one exemption. In a claims made policy, we can give one more extra clause for few years, 1 or 2 years, little extra we can project back. That is called retroactive period. Example is bankers' indemnity policy. You can even make a claim what has occurred last year also, even though last year policy expired, new year is continuing, present policy is continuing. But here, even the present policy is not continuing also, you can make a claim. How? You can make a claim within 6 months. If the claim has occurred in the previous policy belonging to the original insurer within 6 months, there is a limit, there is a provision is there. Suppose the claim has occurred the second year, he cannot come to the previous insurer, he has to go for the new insurer only. Now I think you are able to understand. So there is a provision by way of retroactive period, even in claims made policy, to help some of the client. Example is bankers' indemnity policy. But in a strict sense, the claim is payable only during the course of the current existing policy. It cannot be considered when the policy is not renewed. That's why it's mentioned here, this policy will not cover any claims filled after your coverage expires. This below, I think you understand. Above will go, what is occurrence policy? There is a policy period. 1 year policy was there. Second year also policy is there. And the policy is continuing. See the blue line, arrow. This policy will cover claims filled after your coverage expires because it is renewed. Provided the incident occurred while you were insured. Because provided the insured occurred while you were insured and continuing. So even it has occurred earlier year, and this policy can be considered if it is occurrence policy. But that doesn't mean you should have continued with the existing policy. But they have given a time limit, even they can make a claim even later. For example, certain time limits are available for public liability policy. Within that year, within that specified year, they can make a public liability claim. So this occurrence claim will take more time to settle the insurer. So insurer will be liable to pay more amount. So that is why they have segregated the two different policies. Only for few products they have come out to give occurrence based. But most of the policies they have given claims made policy, even though there are some exemptions like retroactive period. So now you understood what is trigger, why trigger is made to reduce the latency effect, to save the insurance company's cost. So what is the difference between claims made policy and occurrence basis policy? Limits of cover. Loss must occur reported while the policy is in force. If a retroactive period is within the specified time, that is exemption. But it must be reported when the policy is in force. That is claim made. Or premium is also less. Occurring basis. Loss must occur when the policy was existing, but may be reported later. That's a provision for occurring basis. Extending reporting tail coverage. Future claims from the period will continue to be covered. So if he has extended by opting extended reporting class, it can be considered how long he has opted for extension. Here extending report cover not applicable because automatically it is covered in an occurring basis for a certain period of time. So this is not applicable here. Cost of insurance is lower. Our liability also to some level is fixed. We know what could be our liability. Here the cost he has to pay more because he can make a claim even later also. So it's higher. Advantage, limits and liability more accurate. To some extent we can be accurate about our liability. And no underinsurance. Insurance will be always available because every year he takes a policy with one insurer. If the claim comes, he is going to make the claim from that insurer. But here The insurer may not be also, the helps to get claims from the past claims. No worries to the insured, even cancel, as long as the original insurer is available. So the original insurance is available. As per the occurring basis policy, as the occurring basis limitation, you can make a claim even later that, even the policy is not existing. So that is the advantage. But the original insurer must available. What is the disadvantage? One policy is cancelled, no future support. Happening based on actual claim, not notice of incident based. So once a policy is cancelled, definitely insurance company cannot, as long as the policy is existing, as long as the insurance company is existing, as long as the policy is continuing within the policy period, the accepted period will be taken care. But if it is suppose cancelled, we cannot take for a claim which has occurred when the policy was cancelled but before the cancellation. So that is a disadvantage. But here, what is the disadvantage in case of occurrence basis? Insurers may vanish. No longer in business. I may give you a policy to you telling that you get an occurrence basis. Even after 2-3 years happens, up to 3 years, if you can make a claim, you need not even continue the policy with me. Because I will consider even that year where you had your policy with me. Today you may not be having the policy with me, but I can consider the old period. I may say like that, but when it's found out, when he goes to the insurance company may not be surviving. It may be insolvent, may not be available. His promise may not be fulfilled. So that is a disadvantage there in occurrence basis. Okay. So coming to liability insurance policies. So cover liability, I already told you, tort and statute, and it is only to third party. It is not given to the person who is making a claim. See, for example, I have taken a liability policy, means the amount will not be settled to me. The amount will be settled only to my third party who is defending. I am defending, but who has put the case against me, because he wants compensation. So the insurance company can pay the compensation to the third party only. The insurance company cannot pay to the insured directly. It is only the legal liability of the insured can be borne, but the damages should be given only to the cost and expense, legal cost and expenses. Whatever occurred by the insured can be borne, but the compensation should be given only to the third party. Okay. Negligence is to be proved in the court of law. Claims made within the jurisdiction of India only be allowed. And whenever a claim is noted, immediately it should be intimated. From that, the payment, the claim first made in writing against the insured during the period of insurance are considered for payment. It means if I get a notice from a person to whom I caused some injury or damage, that notice I will be sending to the insurance company. The first claim, when the intimation I got, from that onwards, whatever expenses I am incurring, that will be taken care of by way of my liability policy. That's what it says. Claims first made in writing against the insured during the insurance considered for once I made in writing, this is a claim against me and they put a case against me, you please take care, means that from that day onwards, whatever liability comes by way of legal expenses, whatever I have to compensate to the third party in any other expenses as per the policy condition, that will be considered by the insurance policy. Okay. Then what are the common rating? What kind of risk group is covered? And what is the limited liability? What is the liability indemnity, any one accident? What is the liability for any 1 year? It all depends upon the premium. And output, how much I have a turnover, because turnover is also considered while giving a policy like public liability. So then only we know its potential. And when you know the potential, we also be able to consider what would be your exact loss. So we should know the turnover. We should know what is a incoming and outgoing, inward and outward receipts, and what is the attendance. For example, in case of cinema hall, if you want a public liability, seating capacity, if you want to give a policy for workman, you should know the wages. So these are the common factors you should consider. And what are the differences? You can suppose a case has come to my client. I am an insurer. I have given liability policy to my client A. The client A received a notice and he has received a notice for a compensation. I can fight on his behalf. So what way I can reduce the compensation? What way I can defend the compensation? So what are the differences available? In which cases it is available? Voluntary non-pit profiter, injuria, inevitable, accidental, bis major, emergency, contributory, contracting out limitation. These are the defenses available so that the insured or the insurance company can argue on behalf of the insured against a person who actually made a claim for him, and we can try to reduce the loss, or we can even nullify the financial loss. What way he can reduce? He has to prove, the insurance company or the insured person has to prove it is because of voluntary non-quit injuria this has occurred. It is no fault of him. What is voluntary non-proof injuria? The claimant who has put a case against my insured is also contributed something. Knowingly, voluntarily, he invited the risk. For example, he has attended a car race. He is a spectator. But a spectator, it is in risk. For example, a car, while coming so much of speed, can topple down, can even come out of the track, can even damage, can kill, can make injury to the spectators. Knowingly, this person is gone there, very near to the track, and the car fell down over him, he got injured. But he put a case. Now we can argue, he is not supposed to go to the nearest place, the track, but he went there. That is why he succumbed to this injury. Otherwise, this injury might not occur. So he has voluntarily invited the trouble. So we can try to reduce the loss. That is called defense. That's called voluntary non-profit. Inevitable, sir. It is inevitable because the car tire got punctured. It has become out of control. It has come out of the track where people were in safer zone, but we never expected. It's inevitable. So we can try to reduce. Accidental, that also we can say the reason. Vis major, by vis major means act of God. We cannot control the earthquake. We cannot control storm, tempest, flood, or hurricane, or something like that. Emergency. To save something we have to do. In that process he got injured. We can argue. Contributory. He has also contributed something because he has not been careful. Otherwise he would have avoided. We can prove. Contracting. Sir, this is taken care of by the contract by the organizer. He will settle the compensation. When he is going to settle the compensation, why should I pay the full amount from the insurance company? So that is also there. Limitation. Sir, he has taken the policy only this much. And more than that, I cannot help. More than that, he has to pay from his pocket. So limitation. So all these things can be used as a defense to reduce the loss of the insured, either on behalf of the insured or on behalf of the insurance company. Then what are the legal risk factors are involved in liability? Jurisdiction. See, it should be happen within the jurisdiction that is mentioned in the policy. He cannot make, he has taken a policy within India, but he cannot make a claim that has occurred outside of India. Okay, that you must know, that has a legal risk factors involved. So jurisdiction is a very important thing. And another one, there are some people called litigious society. This is also a common question for you. Apart from territory, litigious society means what is that? Litigious society means there are some people, they may be advocates, they may not be advocates, they are doing some, what they will do, they will involve directly with some societies. They will take over. See, you give the case against that person, that insurance company, you give to me. I will defend on your behalf. We are not going to directly involve with the person who claimed or the person who affected. But somebody will come on his behalf to help him and saying that I will take over all your burden. I will fight against for you. I will try to win the case. I will get the better compensation. So these kind of societies are there in other country. It is not much available in India. These kind of societies are called litigious society, where these people make a bargain with the affected party to help the affected party to get a compensation from the insured, telling that I will take over the case. If I win, no win, no fee. If I win, you pay the compensation for me. If I am not able to win, you don't pay the fees. So it's called no win, no fee. If I win, you help. If I am not able to win on behalf of you, you don't pay any money. So some people, what they will do, instead of spending from their pocket, because they put a case against this person and also and connected to insurance also. So they don't want to involve. They will hand over this to the litigious society. So litigious society is a group of people. They will argue on behalf of the person who has put case against the person who has put the case against the insured person, and they will come to a contract. If I win, you pay some compensation or some amount. If I am not win, you need not pay any money. So you will not be at loss. So you give the case against. So they will try to handle such case of lawsuits. Normally it is not done claims. It is only done for large lawsuits. But it is there in other country. That's why it's called litigious society. No win, no fee. Coming to the kind of damages that is possible. Special damages, there are special damages there, general damage is there, punitive damage is there. General damage, measurable damage, loss of earning, medical expenses, funeral expenses, it's a special damage. So we know what is a financial loss. General damage, it goes with the psychology, non-measurable. It may be a pain, it may be a suffering, it may be a loss of prospectus because he has lost his legs, he is not able to become a driver again. Because he has lost his face, because he is not able to marry. So there is loss of prospectus. So this is all psychological, this is all sentimentally we have to measure the loss. The finance goes with the sentiment. It is not exactly measurable. That's general. So what is punitive? See, punitive means in the course of loss, some fines may be incorporated. See, for example, some actions they have gone against legal norms. So that whatever action they have gone on legal norms, and a fine may be imposed. The insurance company can take over. The person who produced the cough syrup, adulterating a very bad chemical that created a loss of more than 20 children. Suppose he has taken a liability policy. Can it be reimbursed? No, it's illegal. So anything punitive damages, anything illegal, that is all not coming under this. So punitive damage is not covered under our liability. We may think of help under special, we may help under general. What is cross liability? Cross liability in engineering is different. Cross liability in liability is different. Cross liability in liability, what we say, if there is a multiple policies are there. For example, in a public liability policy, I am not talking about Public Liability Act. In a public liability general policy, multiple policies there with two or three companies. All the companies are eligible to pay the claim, but that doesn't mean everyone will pay the claim. Rateable proportion of the claim will be shared. So that is called cross liability. Okay. Then indemnity I already discussed. While giving the policy, what is his requirement for any accident, one accident, and what is total accident can occur throughout the year, any 1 year. What is expected compensation for accident, death or injury. Whether he is ready to bear a portion of the loss from the insurance company like compulsory excess or voluntary excess. It all goes with while calculating the premium. Okay, so you should understand these are the factors involved in liability policy. What is claim series class? Claim series class is given to some batch of liability policy. For example, a clinical trial is over, a test is approved, the medicine has come out to the market, it is being sold. But unfortunately, one batch of medicine resulted some damage to the victim, created a victim. It created some allergy or it created some injury to the particular person who got that injection. So he has sued against a case. But it cannot stop there. That particular, if they found out that something has happened in that particular batch, they would have taken all precautionary measures, but still, more than that precaution, something would happen in the process. That particular batch of medicine can create same damage in different places, in different point of time, till the entire lot of batch is being utilized by the people who are using the medicine. So a claim can come in one place today, a claim can come in another place after 3 days or after 15 months or after 2 months. So everything is taken as a one claim, because it is connected to the same batch but occurring in different times. For such kind of thing, if anybody wants in liability, they have to opt for claim series class. So claim series class is nothing but resulting from same batch in different time, where the insured is liable, automatically will be taken care. All the liability that is coming across the same batch, that is what called claim series class. That is, if the insured wants, he can opt. Notification clause. See, sometimes the policy would have expired, but he is not able to notify the loss to the insurance company for various reasons. So in that case, he is requesting, sir, I want little more time, grace time to notify. Simply because I will be able to know only at that time of my account realization, whether this has occurred, where is the loss has occurred. I need some time. So I want some extra time. So if you want extra time, you have to go with the Indian Limitation Act 1963. The extra time after expiry of the policy is allowable in the liability policy based on the type of liability policy as stipulated by the Indian Limitation Act 1963. That can vary from 3 years to 12 years. So I don't want you to know exactly how long they can take to notify. If you know the Indian Limitation Act 1963, the time limit may vary. It should be go along with the act. Notification clause can be extended under liability policy if it is opted by the insured, but it depends upon the type of commodity, type of loss, and it can extend from 3 years to 12 years. Extended claim reporting clause. See, notification is that. Extended claim reporting. See, notification means more than the discovery of the claim, more things are involved. So he has to receive many reports. And after collecting all the report only, you will be able to conclusion exactly the date of occurrence. So he has to take more time. But extending claim reporting clause means he has not renewed the policy, but he comes to know this is occurred. But normally in a claims made policy it is not payable. But he is requesting, so give me some extra time after cancellation. Or if it is not renewed, I will take little more time to renew. So after maximum 90 days, I want some extension. So if it is anything occurred within the extended time, the policy, I should be able to report the claim to you for the policy which was existing before the expiry or before the cancellation. So that can be also considered in that clause. That clause is called extended claim reporting clause. So you should know extending reporting clause is one provision under liability policy, but maximum of 90 days. So you all know what is defense cost and what is excess liability, what is indemnity to others, what is retroactive period. I have explained everything. Indemnity to others means it's a third party to whom we have to pay. That is a common liability connected to a liability we cannot pay to the insured. We can only reimburse the medical expenses. We can only reimburse the expenses incurred by the insured. But the compensation what is liable to the third party, that must be given only to the third party. That cannot be given to the insured. As per the law, as per the court order, we have to reimburse to the third party. So the indemnity to others. So liability policy is indemnity to others. And retroactive period, a provision in claims made policy. Example, bankers' interest body. What is excess liability? See, for example, in case of Public Liability Act, you have taken a policy. The policy stipulates this amount of compensation for death, this amount of compensation for injury, this amount of compensation for medical expenses. But more than that, if this insured has to pay, who is coming under Public Liability Act, which will take care? Automatically, the Environmental Relief Fund will take care. Because there is one more stage is available, more than the insurance claim amount. If any excess liability, the second step is amount that is kept under the Environmental Relief Fund. And even after expiring, the claim is much more. It is not able to reimburse directly from the insurance company because the claim is extraordinarily extra, and it is not enough to help from another policy, Environmental Relief Fund. Then the third aspect, more than these two, the third tier, that cannot be reimbursed by anything, that has to be reimbursed only by the insured himself. So the excess liability, if you want anything extra, that they can think of a different liability policy, like your health insurance, you have got a super top policy, like that you can think of, but that is not there important for your exam end. But you should understand what is excess liability. Liability more than the liability that is compensated by different platform. And still there is a liability, that liability can be taken by a super liability policies. For that they can think of, but that is only to know. There is no such policy now, we are selling it. Okay. Now, one of the statutes that is covering about liability policy, fatal accident policy, workman compensation, ESI, public liability, Indian contract, environment, pollution control. These are all some acts involved with our products which we are going to sell and which we are going to collect premium, which we are going to give the claim. For example, liability policy, there are different type of liability policy: public liability, industrial, public liability non-industrial, public liability act, public liability policy, general policy, public liability, indemnity for doctors, medical establishment, chartered account, different type of policy. Carriers legal liability, workmen or employees compensation, lift insurance, and CGL. So there are different kind of commercial general liability policies called. So there are different kind of there. So some policies which are important for our exam, we are going to discuss the important points only. So under public liability, what you have to remember, the liability must occur when it has occurred in the insured premises. Please understand, this liability will be payable when the loss has occurred due to a damage or accident created in the insured premises. It is not outside the premises. So that is a public liability. Okay. For example, here depends upon the risk group. You have got a turnover, limit of liability, the premium is changed. That's a rating factor. We'll see later one by one. So what is the exclusion? Liability assumed by agreement, that will not come under liability. Act of God peril, transportation, it's all not covered generally. It may be an add-on cover. Non-compliance of statutory obligation is illegal. Pure financial losses, goodwill, loss of market, that is all not coming under liability. Personal injury like libel and slander, that's not coming under liability. Then fines, penalty, motor third party covered automatically under Motor Vehicle Act. And liability prior to retroactive period, naturally it is not covered, but retroactive period is only available in case of, practically it is available in case of only bankers' indemnity. If you give as a customary policy, it cannot be considered prior to retroactive period. It means even more before retroactive period, no policy can cover. So all these things. So what you have to know, a public liability policy, it is a compensation to the public because the loss occurred within the insured premises. So damage occurred to the person who were available at the time of damage within the insured premises. But he is not an employee of the insured, he is a third party. So he is likely to sue against the owner to whom he came inside, and in the process he was succumbed to this injury or death. So that is what public liability. But in a public liability there are different public liability policies there, but we went through only the general exclusion. But most important thing, what is there for exam, you must know what is Public Liability Act. A public liability is not compulsory policy. A hotel owner can take, a restaurant owner can take, a cinema hall owner can take, a marriage hall owner can take, it is optional. But Public Liability Act, it's a compulsory policy. It has come through lot of changes. So it is for those handling hazardous substances, whether there is a fault on them or not, on no fault liability basis. This is a must for those who are involved with the handling of hazardous. If accident occurs incidentally while handling hazardous substances, whether there is a fault or not, they are liable to take care of the public because of these hazardous substances. So it has got different sections. It takes care of private property that is got damaged, public property, even government property got damaged. The owner of the hazardous substances has to take care. And the definition includes not only handling, manufacturing, treatment, packaging, storage, transportation, conversion, destruction, transfer from one place to another hazardous substances. In the process, if anything happens, he is liable to pay compensation to private and public property. This is what the amendment clearly mentioned. So you have to select any one accident and you have to select any one year. Forget about the old book. Forget about old norms. Now you are supposed to know the latest changes because these changes has been incorporated during 2024. Especially for this year exam, this is fresh information. Last year exam, this was not a fresh examination. If you go through my old slide, this slide will not be there. This is a new slide I have updated especially for your batch, because examiner may expect whether you are updated with the latest trends in the Public Liability Act. So the Public Liability Act now, earlier it is only crores, 5 crores and 15 crores. Now the minimum equal paid up capital is 250 crores. The 5 crore, 15 crore was existing for decades together. 3 decades, 4 decades, they have not changed it. Now last year only, the government of India, knowing that it is an absolute amount, it is no way useful to the public. After a major accident, they have changed the liability. So any one accident, the person who is involved with hazardous goods able to have a minimum capital paid 250 crores and maximum 500 crores for multiple accident in a policy year. This limit has been fixed. More than that, if he is liable, he is compensating 250 crores in one incident. More than that, if he is liable, his premium what he has paid to Environment Relief Fund, because he is supposed to pay equal amount of premium in a check form to the fund. So the fund is created and the fund will try to help more than the 250 of the original insured, because he has paid the premium for Environment Relief Fund also. But more than that, Environment Relief Fund, if the loss has to be compensated, equal amount of premium has to be collected from the insured towards environment. But excess liability, more than these two, has to be borne by the owner. Please understand. So those who are involved with hazardous goods, if they feel the loss may be very dangerous, very, what do you say, very unexpected. 250 crore is not enough in today's market value, today's human claims, or today property claims. So he will be taken care of by Environment Relief Fund. Even Environment Relief Fund will give equal to same amount. He can even help only up to 250 crores. Even after 500 crores, if the loss is 1000 crore, like what happened in a building fire or something like that. For that, your insurance cannot help, your Environment Fund cannot help. It just be borne only by the owner himself. So those owner, those who expect major losses, they are adequately protected if they think that the loss will be much more than they do support. Okay, then coming to key changes, I already explained to you what is this 250 crore per accident, 500 crore, what is Environment Relief Fund, all these things I have explained to you, and more than that, how it is given, and to pay another. See, for example, the limits revised substantially. For example, Environment Relief Fund created under the Public Liability Policy, insufficient to the cover full compensation, so it will come active. If the limits are revised substantially, let's say that insured paid up capital is 100 crore. See, he has not taken for 250 crore policy. This insured who is involved with hazardous goods only 100 crore. Consequently, his policy limit is only 100 crore. But he has paid another premium to Environment Relief Fund, equal amount of premium. So he can expect, apart from insurance company help, another 100 crore from Environment Relief Fund. This is what this example says. So equal amount that will be reimbursed by the insurance company, Environment Fund also can equally pay, depends upon his loss to the amount of claim as per his paid up capital. His paid up capital should go with any one accident. That is more important. So key changes, this is also new. Forget about old policies. Old policies, for death we used to pay only 25,000. Please don't remember it. Now for death it is 5 lakhs. And not only 5 lakhs. And apart from death, before death he has incurred some medical expenses. They treated to save him. But still medical expenses happened. But he could not be saved. So that up to 150 lakhs, 1,50,000 can be also given along with 5 lakhs. So a death, direct death, no medical expense involved, up to 5 lakhs per person. It's a new norm. Please note down, it's a key change. It can come in your exam. And maximum amount for death, if the medical expenses happen, 5 plus 1.5 lakhs, 6.5 lakhs for individual person's death. Now as per the new. Medical expenses, that's also changed. Medical expenses for death, 1.5 lakhs. For injuries, maximum 25,000 injuries. Any kind of injuries, 25,000. Permanent disability, 5 lakhs. Like death, 5 lakhs. Permanent partial disability, it depends upon what kind of partial occurred. There's a table is there, accordingly it will come. You need not mug up. Loss of wages, apart from all these things, he is not able to do his job. He is not earned. So loss of wages also inbuilt. It is there in the previous policy also. But that amount was very less. Now the amount is increased to 25,000 per month, but not exceeding for 3 months. The exceeding for 3 months clause was there in the previous year act. But the amount is very less. Now it is increased to 25,000 per month loss of wages, but not exceeding 3 months. And private property, here you must note, it was not very clear. It was very, very less in previous act before changes happened in 2024. Now it is, see, 50 lakhs private property damage. It is 50 lakhs. Okay? On actual damage. Up to 50 lakhs on actual damage. So if anything happens due to hazardous goods, to people, this is a compensation. To property, this is a compensation. The claim settlement authority, who is that? For the junior, it's a district collector. That's continuing now. That's what you have to know. So Public Liability Act have completed, and public liability non-industrial. Who are the people can take public liability, general public liability. This is non-industrial. For example, cinema hall, auditorium, theatres, public hall, school, education institution, exhibitions, residential premises, medical establishment, airport. If anything happens within the premises, they are liable to pay compensation. Suppose I have parked my car inside a star hotel. There was a building collapse and the building damaged my car. I can sue against the building owner, the star hotel owner. So because it is parked within the premises of the hotel. So these kind of people can take non-industrial risk. Under non-industrial risk, what you have to remember for examination point of view, there are specified 15 exclusions. You need not mug up all the 15 exclusions. Just remember the number. 15 exclusions are applicable under non-industrial risk. What kind of exclusion? It's nothing but if it is illegal, if it is connected to confiscation, if it is connected to government properties, or if it is connected to anything illegal, or if it is anything insurable under any other policy, all these things described there. But you remember, there is a general exclusion of 15 classes there in non-industrial risk. That is enough. So product liability, you go. Now we finished public liability, general public liability. We finished General Public Liability Act, and we also finished General Public Liability non-industrial. So now we are going to product liability. The difference, I was telling you again and again, the public liability claim arises when things are happening inside the premises. But in a product liability, the claims are occurring when outside the premises. This is a major difference between the two. So the legal liability under product can be extended to vendors if necessary to recall the product. Generally, product recall is exempted, but there is an add-on cover for product recall to reduce the loss to the insurance company. If the product recall is not done, the product can continue to create larger damage, so we have to pay third-party claim to all people. But the insured says, sir, I will recall. When I recall, your loss will be reduced. So please help me to give a recall cover. The insurance company can give us an add-on cover, but generally it is an exclusion. By giving an add-on cover, if you recall, he can stop further damages or loss to the consumer. So product liability, even though is a part of exclusion, it can be covered on add-on cover, it can be added also. So in a product liability, remember, it must occur outside when the product left the insured premises. It should have not occurred within the premises. It should have left the insured premises. Outside the premises, when used by a consumer, if something happened, or when on the way by a public, it has occurred when transporting something. So that is all covered under that, not inside the premises. It's a major difference. And vendor, suppose the case is against a vendor who has taken the retail business or a distributor. So that is also can be added to the product liability. And expenditure to the recall granted selectively an additional premium. And export, you can cover export also, but here one particular condition is there. Unless you cover domestic sale, you cannot cover exclusively export. So to avail export cover, something happened in export at country, somebody sues against you because the law of land is different. That should be taken care of by the insurance in the Indian insurance industry. For that, you have to give domestic sale including export sale. If you want exclusive export sale, normally it is not covered. So you must cover domestic sale, export sale. And the liability of the insurance company is limited to law of the land. Whatever law that is eligible in that country where the accident has occurred, that will be taken into consideration, even though the policy is issued in India. Okay. Turnover is grouped. The turnover is grouped into domestic transaction, selling involved in local sale, that is domestic, selling being export to a non-OECD country, export to OECD country, and other than OECD country, USA and Canada, there are different type of group, because based on the group, the policy premium is different. Domestic premium is less, and for this the premium varies. For USA Canada, premium is much more because that fellows will put a lot of claim, and so excess will be applied. So what is OECD? OECD nothing but some countries have become a group together called some organization. OECD is something called Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. For example, in case of Europe, some countries are joined together for export and import or for manufacturing good. So they are coming to OECD country. Some countries, they are not connected to this organization, they are called non-OECD country. So it depends upon the countries are involved, the claim amount may vary. US and Canada, always the claim amount is alarming. So those who are exporting to USA Canada, they have to pay more premium. That's why the turnover is grouped. The premium is based on that turnover according to the group. Okay. So operating class, already we have discussed a lot. You can go through the slide. I am going to share with you. What is our exclusion? War, goodwill, market loss, injury to employee. Injury to employee is covered only by workman compensation or employees compensation policy. Okay. And it is not even covered by normal public liability. Normal public liability will take care anything happening inside the premises only for the third party. Then deliberate, product intent for incorporation, aircraft. Any product that is connected to aircraft, it is not coming under product. It's a common question for exam. So product intended for incorporation to aircraft, please remember. Okay. And product recall, I already told you, generally is excluded, but there is an exemption, but they have to take an add-on premium. Cost incurred for repair and recondition of the defective product. See, the insured has recalled the product and he says, I can recondition, I can resell. So that expense if you pay, I can again resell. No, we will not give the repair cost. We will only give the compensation arising out of damage or injury caused by the product sold by the insured outside of his premises. Be clear, that's a product liability. Okay. So I already told you everything. Product recall coverage, exclusion, everything is there. If you go through, it's there. The difference between product liability, I told you, insured premises, outside the premises. And now we will go to director's office's liability. Director's office liability is what? You know what happened to Tata Nano? You know what happened to Ramalinga Raju, Satyam, this case and scandal? And you know what happened to ICICI, that chairman, the lady chairman, Chanda Kochar, what happened to her? So all these things comes under, somehow it is connected to directors and officers liability. So an organization is coming across some legal liability. If the organization owner himself is doing something wrong, insurance company cannot help. For example, in case of Satyam, that chairman himself committed a lot of mistakes. Then he actually confessed. So for chairman, we cannot give directors and officers liability policy, because directors and officers are part of the organization. Their involvement for improving the organization, for the growth of the organization, their role, their suggestion, and all are important. While giving their suggestion, while engaging with the role, something can happen mistakenly. If something happened mistakenly, the expenses occurred just because the wrong decision or unexpected decision taken by the director. So there may be some compensation they have to pay, or legal expenses they have to come across to safeguard or to free from the clutches of the financial loss. They have to incur some legal expenses. So the directors and officers who are involved knowingly or unknowingly due to misjudgment or error, creating a financial loss to the company, they are protected from the financial loss. That is what the directors and officers legal liability. Here, Tata Nano, Mr. Ratan Naval Tata is no more now, as a very good gentleman, but he wanted to have a different thought process. See, for example, he wanted to give poor man's car. He thought of a car that a poor man can buy and he can safeguard himself instead of going 3 or 4 people traveling in a bike. It is very unsafe, so he wanted to produce a car which to some extent better than the two-wheeler. But unfortunately, the advertisement made by the company, it's a poor man car. Nobody ready to buy the car, because if somebody bought the car, they will be judged as a poor man. So the selling of car was not as expected. So ultimately, the nano car production was stopped. But it doesn't mean that he took a wrong decision. It could be a misjudgment. So if Tata Nano is a failure due to the misjudgment of Mr. Tata Ratan Tata, but any legal expenses incurred by him as a director, in case if he is not a chairman, that could have been taken care of directors and office legal liability. Now you can understand what is his director's office legal liability. So here you should know person's personal financial loss during litigation when not directly involved, not for fraudulent, illegal or insolvency, but due diligence is taken, but it's because of misjudgment and error, that compensation will take care of directors and officer liability. So it can arise under common law, it can arise under Companies Act, it can arise regulatory authority. And who are the people can sue against the company? Shareholder, employee, creditors, customers, competitors, government, regulator, body and members. All these people can sue against the company. The company can put the blame on the director. The director has to go for legal expenses that for no fault of him it has occurred, other than illegal or something. And that will be taken care of. Director's officer liability. It's a very beautiful policy. It is very useful. So to give the policy, the directors are expected to have some basic duties. Duty of care, duty of skill. Duty of care means he should be very reasonable like an ordinary person whenever he is taking a decision. Duty of skill, he must use his knowledge and skill before taking a decision. What the same kind of professional person will take. So someone with a similar knowledge, what kind of same person will take that kind of decision he must take. You should not take something wrong, something unusual, where normal person will not think of that. So a skill in a right path, a care in a right path, and fiduciary duty. And there is a trust. People that directors are having a trust with the company. The shareholders are having a trust with the company and their directors. So if anything happened as an agent and unexpectedly and a good faith and the best interest of the company, and if something happened and these losses of financial things will be taken care of, directors and officer liability. So you must know what is taken care, what is not taken care. It is available for past mistakes, present mistake. It could be also available for the future mistake, any wrongful act or omissions. It's called only wrongful act or omissions. Okay. So wrongful act or means error, act of omission, commission or neglect, misstatement, breach of duty. Breach of duty may be because he may be not able to in a good health. Breach of trust. It's not his wrong decision, but it is the trust he is not able to keep up because some misunderstanding or some miscalculation, something would have happened. All these things taken care as a wrongful act that is taken. So the indemnity will be paid, legal liability will pay damages, costs awarded against them, costs expense incurred by them, consent of the insured in respect of investigation, defense, settlement, prosecution, attendance at any official investigation, all these expenses will be indemnified under Director's Office of Liabilty. What are not covered? Dishonest, fraudulent, personal profit like Satyam, chairman, bodily injury, that cannot be covered under Director's Office because he assaulted somebody. Directors, if he is trying to assault somebody, that is not coming under Director's Office. Pension fund, fines and penalties. And is not taken care of pollution. The pollution has created many problems. And health problem. Professional indemnity. It is connected to only the professional people. It is not connected to direct. So, any connection between company to the insured, because that should be nullified between them. That is as per they have a memorandum of understanding. So, based on that, they have to solve themselves. Insured to insured, between two directors. If the memorandum of understanding there in the company policy, that should be solved between them. These are not covered under our insurance directors and officer liability. These are the exclusion that you should know and what is covered and what is not covered. And most important for the seniors, this is the classes under directors officers liability. The class is called allocation class. The class is called the hammer class. The class is called severability class. What is this class? This class is coming often in the seniors question. So you must understand the important classes in directors and officers insurance. The allocation class is nothing but, see for example, a case is going on in a company. The company is going continually is fighting, and the insurance company is discussing, say that, suppose you see both the insurer and the insured will mutually agree about the amount of coverage allocated specific to applicable case. So, insurance company cannot go on waiting until it is being solved between these two people. Because whatever the insured is liable, that should be taken care of by the insurance company. But there must be some limitation. So, what will happen? There will be a mutual understanding between these two, the insurance company and the insured. The insurance company will say, see, you may fight years together. The amount may go on increasing, but there should be some norms between me and you. Up to this level, the applicability, my role is applicable. Up to more this amount, you should take care. So this understanding, the clause has specific applicability in covering the legal expenses on behalf of the client if the such situation arises as agreed. So the legal expenses is shared as per this clause. That is called allocation clause. So remember, the legal expenses is shared between the insured and the insurer to avoid the excessive loss of the insurance company. This is called allocation clause for legal expenses. What is hammer clause? The insurance is bound to settle the claims within the regulatory framework, but that doesn't mean the client is going on fighting with the claimant. For example, the case can be over within a year. The case can even prolong more than 5 years. If it is prolonging more than years, the legal expenses, the travel expenses, incident expenses, they are not coming to the conclusion between these two, the victim as well as the person involved. For example, the insured and the person, third party. We are actually insured. This is a case between the insured and the third party. Both are not coming to the amicable resolution. So in that case, it will be going on. So what will happen? The insurance company cannot stop its financial loss. So in that case, one point of time, the insurance company will tell the insured, you please stop. Don't go on continuing this fight in the law of court. Every time you are incurring so much. So if you stop at this level, your further financial loss will be stopped. So our liability also will be limited. So please stop if you are not going to stop, and definitely I will not be able to take care of the further losses. So this clause is designed to limit insurer's financial exposure by preventing a lengthy and expensive court battle. So he has to take a hammer and put on his head. I'm just colloquially telling, don't take it in the right way, it's just indirectly way. I'm threatening the other way. See, please stop here. You're going on continuing the case. How many years we can fight? The loss is going on, increasing legal expenses. At least this point of view, if you stop, further legal expenses can be. If you are still going to continue, I'm telling you, I will not take care of the further expenses. That kind of caution, if you give, and that clause is it's incorporated, that must be accepted. When the insurance company says it cannot further go with the legal expenses, that must be accepted by the insured. That clause is called hammer clause. So please stop here, and whatever you spend, I'll give you. Don't going on spending more. I cannot give everything. That's what here hammer clause. What is the last clause? It is extent of coverage for director and officer that will be nullified on premises of false information. See, for example, a director is telling about his data, how much of wealth he has got, how much of his assets. But later they found out he has given a false information to become a director in that particular company. But there is a mistake, and because the director has not given his correct value of the assets. So thus loss that is occurred due at a level, because director is, if it's financially stable, his level will be different. If it's financially limited, his level will be different. But the company mistook it because he has not disclosed the correct information about his assets. For that loss to the company will be taken care. That is called, because the mistake of the director. Director enters false information about his assets while filling the details at the time of buying the DO policy. That means he has to tell the truth to the insurance company. He is trying to buy either directly or through the organization. Normally organization will need not buy, they can directly buy. When they buy, they have to tell their exact role, their asset. Because when a claim comes, how much they are capable of to manage, how much more than that we can take, how long we can proceed on behalf of this particular director. This is all judged by the insurance company based on the information given by the director. But the director gives the false information, and this clause try to help false information and while filling that. So here it will be nullified on the premises of false information. To some extent it could be nullified. Suppose he has opted for this clause, severe ability clause. Okay, with this director's obligation is over, then professional indemnity insurance is there, and in professional indemnity you know very well, doctors, medical plan, other thing. Now time is over, 5:30. What I would like to ask you, since it's 5:30, you want to close down this session, or can you give me half an hour more so that I can close down the entire liability within half an hour, and we can meet again with another topic. Health insurance is the next class. Can you bear with me half an hour more so that I will complete the liability today itself? Or if you feel you are not comfortable, I will stop here. I will continue with the next time session. What is your response? Please tell me.
So we will continue, sir.
Oh, okay. So there are only few more policies are there. I can complete the liability if you bear with me half an hour more. So the professional liability insurance. With this, we can comfortably complete liability so that when you go back home, when I'm going to share the slides, when you go through the slides, whatever stories, whatever practice, whatever facts I have shared, that if you recall, you can easily understand. Still, if you are not able to understand, please note it down. The next class, I will clarify all your doubts. Okay. Then coming to professional indemnity insurance, it's given to medical establishment, doctors, practitioners, chartered account is all we have seen, lawyers, advocate. So here, what kind of liability? It's a vicarious liability. What is vicarious? Somebody's fault, the owner is liable. Where it is happening? In professional liability it is happening. In any other policy it is happening? Yes. In workman compensation, employees compensation policy also vicarious liability. So what is pecuniary loss? Pecuniary loss is different from vicarious liability. Pecuniary loss means some mistakes will affect directly the finance of this person, and that is connected to your FG policy. That's pecuniary. So here it is vicarious. So that is a difference you must know. So it is a professional risk. Okay. So it arising out of errors, omission, and compensation is paid according to the limits of liability, and any one accident, whatever we agreed, any one incident, whatever agreed. If it is opted for 5 lakhs, claim up to 5 lakhs with the legal expense will pay. So it's a limits of liability. It is nothing connected to your turnover or something like that, public liability. It is optional cover. How much is opted for any one accident, how much is opted for any one accident, whether he accepted for voluntary excess, this all applies in a professional liability. But what you must know, arising from errors and omission of the part of the insured, while rendering professional services. Arising out of claims first made in writing, it should be intimated to the insurance company during the policy period. It's all there. So, limits to be reduced by amounts paid by the policy, reinstatement of the insured, limit not permitted. So, he has opted for 5 lakhs per accident. Okay, but the claim came for 2 lakhs. The claim was settled because legal expenses they tried but they couldn't win. So the judgment was favored to the victim. So insurance company has paid only 2 lakhs. So automatically during any one accident amount will be limited under the policy. That's what it says. Limit to be reduced by amounts paid under the policy. It cannot be reinstated by any means. So only the balance can be considered. Okay. So that is what a special clause incorporating the professional insurance policy. Exclusion, you all know, same exclusion, nuclear, fines, illegal, war, criminal. It's all just, if you go through, you can understand. Coming to the another policy, carriers legal liability policy. See, I've been telling you again and again about carriers legal liability policy, where pilferage is the one that is covered only under carriers legal liability. Pilferage, peril, though it is coming under burglary, it is not covered in any other policy. So let us see about the carriers legal. In a carriers legal liability, it comes under liability policy. There are 2 types of cover. One is basic cover, another one is void cover. What is basic cover? Actual physical loss or damage to goods. Because we give only to the carrier, who is the owner of the carrier, who is transporting the good. Transporting goods are not belonging to him. He is only doing on contract. Okay. And the cargo owners are different. He is only a carrier owner. So while carrying the goods, if any physical loss or damage due to fire, explosion, or even negligence arising out of the insured, or criminal acts of his own servant, and everything is taken care under basic cover. Please understand. His own servant arising out of criminal. So normally his own insured is all not covered under public. But in a carrier legal liability, criminal acts, unexpected act that resulting in loss, damage to goods or explosion, acts cover. What is the duration cover? It's covered till start from loading to unloading. It will be in force till unloading. And after unloading, maximum expiry of 7 days after the first arrival of the vehicle at the destination town, whichever comes first. It is the same like marine policy. Within 7 days, the owner of the goods should see whether any damage occurred during transit. If yes, it has occurred due to the fault of the carrier, he can sue against the carrier. The carrier will come to the insurance company. If he has taken a carrier's legal liability, he can get the help of the insurance company. Okay. Then what is wider cover? Wider cover, extra premium you have to pay. Burglary, pilferage, riot, strike, malicious damage, water damage. Water damage may be continuous rain. Taint damage. He is not aware because he has loaded goods from different people. One people has loaded without telling this particular owner, he has loaded fish. Another person loaded only tea packets. Suppose when unloading, the tea packet got the smell of the fish. The tea packet cannot be sold. So the owner, who is the owner of the tea packet, who used his transport, can sue against for taint damage. So this is coming under marine, but the same thing is also applicable in carrier's legal liability. So this all extra cover for which he has to pay extra premium, breakage, leakage, bad handling. It's a general cover apart from basic cover. For that he has to pay extra cover. So pilferage can be covered under legal liability policy under wider cover. So what is underwriting aspects? We should be very careful whether the carrier's reputation. We cannot carry everyone, some people will intentionally do a lot of mistakes. So we should give the cover only to the client who has got his existing motor insurance policy. So that is a condition normally we practice in every office, you all know. If he has got motor insurance policy somewhere and he is taking only carrier's legal liability with another company, it is not encouraged. He must take both the policy in same company. Okay. Vehicle maintenance, it should be the fitness, roadworthiness, and consignment note. All the documents should be pakka. The consignment note issued by sometimes transaction. Sometimes people will be getting IBA also, that note will be issued by big consignment. Small consignment, leave it. Some big consignment from one zone to another zone, then financed by banks. So they will be getting from Indian Banks Association. It is not Indian Bank, it is Indian Banks. All Banks Association is a body which can issue a consignment note for a major commodity that is being transported from one zone or geographic zone to another zone. If anything is occurs, so that consignment note you should be able to get. So such kind of credibility should be there for the person who is trying to come to take carries legality. Full reinstatement of sum issues permitted only once on settlement of claim. So reinstatement of sum issued, full reinstatement is possible only one time after the claim. Then single policy can be issued to cover all the vehicle owned or hired by the carrier. This is important for exam. So carrier's legal liability, pilferage is important for junior, but senior, a single policy can be given to cover all the vehicle. You have to give the names of the vehicle, number plate detail, and insurance, motor vehicle details, insurance details, and it can be given as a one single policy it can cover. So anything happens in this vehicle that can be covered. You need not take individual policy to individual vehicle. Okay. So liability based on any one accident, liability based on any 1 year. So here cost and expense incurred the consumer insurer depending on any claim, all is taken care of. So what are exclusion? Contractual, damage, loss of owned by insured, servants, subcontractors and agent properly held under his control other than goods entrusted to him. His own goods, any damage we cannot pay. But third party goods being transported in his cargo, that is paid. It's a very common condition in all policies, you may be knowing it. Inherent defect, it's all not covered even in marine policy. So naturally, spontaneous combustion, decay of perishable goods, this is all not covered under that. Then he has to take a different kind of, see, for perishable goods or all other thing, the container must be different. It cannot be transported in a normal lorry, normal container. It requires a refrigerator container. So it all depends upon the type of vehicle, type of container they are using. But generally, it is excluded under normal carrier's legal liability. Depreciation, delay, confiscation by the public authority, war, nuclear, act of God, change of law, illegal, contraband, smuggling, this is all excluded under carrier's legal liability. Okay. Then coming to the another one, WC, ESI and your employees compensation policy. So employees liability policy, you should compare what is ESI and what is employees compensation policy. So here you see there are two different policies are there under this. One is actually employees compensation wherein the premium is paid to the insurance company. Another one ESI, that is actually made by government. So there is a major difference. When people are covered automatically under ESI, they need not cover under employees compensation. But there are some changes that occurred in employees liability for the employee. For example, negligence. See what you have to know, the reason changes. Here the respondent superior, that means the employer who is under control of the employee during the course of employment within the working premises. If anything happens to the employee, he is the superior, he is the respondent superior. So he has to monitor, he has to take care. Nothing is happening to the employee by way of activity. If anything happens, even some negligence, and it is not controlled by the employer, and that resulted damage, injury, and that has also considered under that. So here you see employee's liability for the employee, negligence, unauthorized, prohibited acts, breach of instruction. This unless otherwise it is proved breach of instruction, unauthorized prohibited act, but general negligence you cannot say it is not liable. So employer is to take care of any accident that is occurred during the course of work within the working premises. So he is responsible as respondent superior. So what is the difference between these two? See here there are some changes that occurred in employees compensation policy. ESI, it is for non-seasonal factory, but EC, it is for organization employing person in any job including clerical capacity. It is organization employs more than 20 people, ESI. Here any number of people can be covered under employee compensation. You know, even the servant maid is covered under employees compensation, which is coming under householders policy. So even single person can be covered. So there is no limit for people under EC. And monthly wages, it is 25 for normal people in ESI, and for physically with the persons with disability, it is 25% monthly wages taken into account for compensation. Here the monthly wages now revised, of course it's revised few years before, but still in your book it is mentioned 8,000. It is not 8,000, it is 15,000 as a monthly wages to be taken into account while considering the claim. And ESI, it is applicable only to Indian workforce. But workman compensation, it is applied to workers employed in foreign country by Indian employers. Even though they are not in India, it is applicable. Then your ESI, not applicable to Manipur, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh and Mizoram. But EC, that is employees compensation, applied anywhere in India. So you must know, when ESI is existing, there is no need to take, compulsory to take employees compensation. But when ESI is there, they can even take apart from ESI, they can also take employees compensation. That is optional. But when ESI is not there, EC is a compulsory cover as per Workman Compensation Act or Employees Compensation Act. You must take. If the owner has not taken and any claim occurs in the course of employment, if the insurance company is not having an insurance policy, existing policy, the owner has to spend from his pocket the amount that is awarded by the WC Commissioner. So to save the amount from the WC on behalf award of the WC Commissioner from his pocket, it is always better to get the help of the policy from the insurance company. So it focuses the connection between the act and the employees assigned the function. So any act that is happening while at work, naturally there is a thing to be monitored. That is why for each and everything the employee is put into trouble. That is why you can't blame everything for the employee's mistake. Sometimes as an employer has to control the employee also to avoid any damages and injuries happening. He should give that kind of environment also. That's why certain things are, even though it is negligence, but because it is not properly controlled, the employer is liable to pay the compensation. And injury, occupational disease. Some people will get disease due to kind of material that is involved. For example, asbestos manufacturing factory, the employees might get lung infection. So it is occupational hazard. He has to come across a lot of losses. It could be any thing can happen. It is not an injury, but it is a disease. It's called occupational. He has to undergo some expenses. So medical expenses in the revised EC is unlimited. Actual expenses we have to pay. So that is also a new thing. Then one more clause has been incorporated under WC, that WC Commissioner cannot take as he likes to give award. It is to be awarded within 3 months. So the time limit for WC Commissioner also stipulated. So that also you must know. Okay. Then coming to calculation of wages. See, this I have given the slide to you. You can go through the wages. How it is calculated to get 1,20,000 in case of death. How it is calculated in case of 140 in case of permanent total disability. How it is calculated for PPD. How it is calculated for temporary investment. Exactly the new compensation for calculation I have given. So this you please go through. I will save some time because I got a few more minutes only to wind up this session. So you please go through. It's very easy to understand. It is not difficult to understand. So you please go through the slide. And what is more important for examination point of view, in some cases where employer is not liable. See, I told employer has to liable for many things, but there are some cases you cannot you cannot sue the employer because of some reason, and you cannot blame the employer. What are the reason? Temporary injury. If the injury does not lead to a total or partial disablement for more than 3 days, please note down. We can pay the temporary partial disablement claim if it is more than 3 days only. More than 3 consecutive days. If it is within 3 days, you cannot ask the employer to pay the compensation. So the employer is not liable. So this is more important for your exam. And injury due to intoxication. It is clearly proved, and he is under the influence of alcohol. Despite of making him to go, he came back again. you took over the job and he come across accident. So it is proved intoxication. That is also not on the binding of the employer. Willful disobedience is giving some procedures to follow, but every time he is not follow the procedures. There is an established act that is very unsafe and willfully is disobeying the safety rules. The safety rules implied by the inspector of industries, but he is not doing it. So in that case something happened for that will not affect the employer. And when ESI compensation is existing, there is no need to take care of employees, state insurance corporation. These are the 4 things where the insurance, this compensation cannot be claimed against the employer. There is a chance that he can escape. So that is important for your exam. So liability insurance, the last slide we have come, it is called commercial liability or the combined general liability policy. The combined general liability policy is nothing but it is a composite policy, comprehensive policy, where you read about public liability, where you read about product liability, where you read about employer liability, all these things you have read, financial liability in case of director. So why should they take different policy for various multiple risks? Why should not we combine as a comprehensive policy like householders policy? So this is an umbrella cover. To issue this policy, the name of the policy can be called as commercial liability policy, or the name of the policy can be called combined general liability policy, CGL policy. We can name it. But for this policy, all these things are taken into cover, including injury due to advertisement, personal injury, property damage, advertisement injury, everything is covered, but it must be approved by IRDA under file and use. So please understand, combined general insurance policy needs file and approval. It is combination of different coverage which is not covered by different policy put together in one single umbrella policy. To make you to understand how the CGL policy in India has helped, you all know what is this. This is a Fair and Lovely cream. This last year it has occurred. This Fair and Lovely person put a case against the Hindustan Lever. And Hindustan Lever has taken a CGL policy where it has also included advertisement liability. What the case? The person who has used the Fair and Lovely put a case against the Hindustan Lever telling that I've been using more than a decade Fair and Lovely, but I never become fairer as advertised by the manufacturer. And it's unnecessarily mislead and only my skin got damaged. So I want 70 lakhs compensation. It's a true case against Hindustan Lever. So the case came to the court. The case came to know that the Fair and Lovely was sold as Fair and Lovely. So they gave a promise it will become fairer, the skin of Indian people. So he was misled. So the judge analyzed and finally gave a verdict, and it is a mistake of the manufacturer to name the product as fair. So there is established mistake. So definitely the compensation should be given. So it's not 70 lakhs, at least you give 7 lakhs. So the compensation award of 7 lakhs that was paid by Hindustan Lever to the consumer who had used this Fair and Lovely product for more than a decade. Why this story I am telling, though it is not connected to your exam, but you must understand, combined general liability is a comprehensive policy. It takes care of advertisement liability also. For that, there is a possibility in India, for that you have to require IRDA file and use. Now what has happened? After settling the claim, if you go to the shop, if you ask Fair and Lovely cream, it is not available. Why? Hindustan Lever, understand, if you again manufacture as Fair, if I again brand as a Fair and Lovely, more people will come with a claim. So they change the name of the product as Glow and Lovely. So that is how these people are protecting themselves for further litigation. It's for only out of the way I am telling you, to make you to have a, just to relax, instead of telling you a lot of information over these sessions, some kind of small relaxation, what is practically happening in liability policy. So with this, the liability policy is over. I got only few questions, and these questions is not going to be discussed today, and the liability policy is over. So I am winding up the session, and I just want to recall what we discussed right from full day the entire miscellaneous policy and also your liability policy. What I missed, I prepared some question so that to interact with you under miscellaneous and also a few questions under liability, but don't bother, I will share with you. Any doubt you can ask in the next session. I will allocate few minutes for that, or depends upon the question what you are expecting answers, I will allocate. Then I will complete the last session towards health insurance. Now only to complete 6 o'clock, only few minutes are there. If you really want to discuss some doubt, you can ask me, or if you want to take rest, you can ask me to wind up the session so that we can meet in the next class. What is your preference?
Sir, negligence is covered in which all the liability products, I mean like which all the miscellaneous products negligence is covered in?
Which are the, see, I already explained to you, there are two different type of negligence. Some policies negligence is not mentioned. For example, if you take money policy, you go through the subjects covered, there is no such word called negligence. But negligence is unintentional. It is not gross negligence. And negligence is unintentional. It is misfortune. It's treated as misfortune that can be considered. But negligence with intentional, it is not covered because it is coming under intentional. So that cannot be covered. So that same negligence, one I was talking to you, your banker's indemnity policy, any negligence inside the bank premises by the employees, it's not covered. But negligence when the money is being during transit, the negligence is covered. But negligence because of suppose there's a cyber crime, that is not at all covered. But inadvertent think of your forgery, but forgery is not done intentionally. He has actually approved a forgery checks, but it is not intentional negligence. So in that case, he is not a part of the this criminal act. So if it is not part of the criminal act, and he has, because he, by oversight is allowed a forged check, that is allowed. The negligence is taken care. But if it's a part of the collusion, it's part of the act, that will not be allowed. So this is how the negligence is interpreted in miscellaneous policy. And liability policy, I already explained to you what is nuisance and what is negligence. Nuisance always invites, attracts absolute liability. Negligence, if it is unintentional, it's okay, it can be taken care. If it is intentional, it goes as a criminal act and it cannot be taken care. Is it clear to you?
Yes, sir, got it, sir. And any chance that we will get TTD claim calculation under PA policies or something like that in exam, sir?
You are asking about calculation and getting the right answer, something like that?
No, I'm just asking, does we get, I mean, like questions like TTD claim calculations and all? Any?
No, you will not get it. Why? Because, see, the personal accident policy, it's not common as on date among the 4 companies. You have to understand only the logic. See, for example, if I say the temporary total disablement in United India is 1 person or sum assured and 3,000. It may not be same in Oriental or New India. New India can give even up to 5,000. Even some cases, you can give up to 10,000 also in a temporary total disablement. Right? So,
yes,
any calculation, something not common for all 4 companies, definitely will not come. But a calculation can come in case if it is connected to a common policy as prescribed by, for example, I told you the policy designed by IRDA, where only 0.2% of the amount can be considered under this. And after certain weeks, 4 weeks, you are able to recall my slide?
Yes, sir.
So the question may be coming for a seniors, telling that this particular policy issued to this particular person, and he has actually succumbed to this injury, but they may not give you the 4 days. It would have occurred within 4 days. So whether the claim is payable, you should remember, this is, the eligibility comes only more than 4 days only, temporary total disablement will come, or temporary partial disablement will come. So it does not cross more than 4 days. So you should understand the question, and you say it is not payable, you have to select the answer. If it is more than 4 days, you can calculate the 0.2% of the amount, maximum how many weeks, and according to subject what you have studied in the particular aspect of policy. So that kind of questions might come, which is common to all four companies, which companies are expected to practice, but not all general. See, most of the miscellaneous policy, it is not common to all four companies, except some IRDA regulations that I have already covered very clearly, especially the PA by Government of India and Pradhan Mantri, the Fasal Bima Yojana, and your this personal accident policy by the regulator. So that policy you can just think of what is covered, what is not covered, what is the limitation. Accordingly, you can think of the questions which can come. So all other thing you may not be under trouble because it's not very common between the four companies, right?
Okay, sir. And one more thing, this fractures are covered under GPA policy, sir?
Pardon? Yeah, I am not able to. Please, can you repeat, please?
Does fractures are covered under GPA policy?
Fractures. GPA. What do you mean by GPA? Group personal accident policy, you mean GPA?
I mean like normal PA policies, fractures will be covered, sir? See,
ma'am, there are fractures or different types of fracture. Some fractures never involve any complete disability. For example, it's called hairline fracture. And for hairline fracture, we never cover under health insurance. But in a fracture under PA policy, if it needs temporary total disablement or temporary partial disablement, because fractures are not permanent total disablement. A fracture connected with compound fracture or communicated fracture, there are different types of fracture. What is compound fracture? Multiple bones are fractured. And communicated fracture, even the muscle also got damaged during the fracture. So there is a blood loss. That particular organ has to be removed. The leg has to be removed or the hand has to be removed. Then it comes under permanent total disability or permanent partial disability. Okay, but you are asking fracture. A fracture is a simple, where it may not be removal of a part, but it might require temporary total disablement or it might require a temporary partial requirement. A temporary partial requirement, it is what for 1 or 2 days. For example, while walking inside home, I got a hit in the small finger, that toe, the small finger of my leg, and then it has got swollen. I go to a doctor. Doctor says because of injury that got trauma, I cannot apply any bandage. I give only painkiller. You take rest 1 or 2 days, you will be over. So that is temporary partial. But whether it requires a disability or not, depends upon your policy. So for temporary disablement, more than these days, if you put a class, like IRDA has put more than 4 weeks, something like that, they have put a class. If it is existing more than that limited time, you can consider the claim. If it is within the limited time, this cannot be considered that temporary partial disability. But temporary permanent disability, for example, the temporary permanent disability, what is there? I got a fracture and I have to undergo plating and pinning, and my legs are joined, my bones are joined, a plate is fixed, but I have to be there for 3 months bedridden. Slowly I have to improve myself by using a walker. After that I will resume my normal walk. But I am permanently disabled, but not completely permanent, only for 3 months or 4 months. So that can be considered under temporary permanent disability. So you should differentiate what is permanent partial disability, what is permanent total disability, what is temporary total disability, what is temporary partial disability. Based on that, your claim will arise. Is it clear to you?
Yes, sir. Got it, sir. Thank you, sir.
Another one I want to tell you, temporary partial disability, that is your question. That is not common to all 4 companies. So question may not arise. But in case of IRDA, there is a clause is incorporated. After crossing that particular period only it will be considered. So they might ask you whether you have studied about IRDA PA policy, whether that limit, and they may try to find out whether you are having that knowledge. But that cannot be applied to our regular policy because it is not common for all 4 companies. Like there is no proper premium for all 4 companies. Every premium is different for all 4 companies, right?
Yes, sir. Got it, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, anything more?
Good evening, sir.
Good
Can you
evening.
just once again explain, sir, this partial average under the first class in burglary policy?
Burglary
Hello?
policy, what do you want? Tell me again.
The partial average.
Yeah. I just heard something wrong. I heard that partial, permanent partial, like that. It looks okay. Partial average and pro rata average. That's what you want to know, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. See, in a burglary policy, you all know that by burglary policy, under insurance clause is always applied. For example, if I insure a property, it could be a building or it could be a content. Normally, building is not insured under burglary because it's not a movable property, it cannot be taken away. But a contents can be taken away by act of burglary. So I have to declare the value of the content. The content, you all know what is burglary, what is full value policy, what is declaration policy, all you know. But what you do, you declare the entire value of the content for burglary policy. For example, I have taken a full value policy for 1 lakh with you for burglary policy. But at the time of loss, the surveyor has found out the content was there at the time of accident. It's not 1 lakh. It is more than 1 lakh. It is 2 lakh. So what you do? In an insurance company, you penalize the customer. Please switch off your mic. I'm explaining it. Please switch off your mic. So the insurance company will penalize the person who has taken a burglary policy for the content for 2 lakhs. We have insured for only 1 lakh as under insurance class. So only the portion, that is a pro rata average of 50% of the loss will be only considered. That is pro rata average. Because we insist the persons who is taking a burglary policy must insure the correct value, should not insure under insurance and should not add any profit. The correct value we want. It should not be less than the value. But yes, purposely he has not given the correct value because he doesn't want to pay more premium. So under insurance class, pro rata average is applied. Now it is clear to you. Now coming to your question. What I taught you is not pro rata average. I taught you partial average. The partial average is a word. It is not applicable to direct burglary policy, but it is applicable to one of the burglary policy, not all policies. What is the one of the burglary policy? The one of the burglary policy is called first loss policy. What is first loss policy? Here, you never tell the client you must take the full value. Knowingly, the full value cannot be lost because maximum probable loss cannot occur. If at all somebody trying to steal, they can take away only a portion of the item. A big commodity, stock of sulfur, even overnight they cannot take away. Even one lorry cannot hold everything. Throughout the day they cannot take away. So the client asking, sir, I will never come across a total loss. Nobody can take the full commodity. Big machinery, who can take away my full machinery within overnight? It needs lot of support. Crane, vehicle, many things are there. So why should I take a burglary policy for the full amount, paying so much of premium? But my bank insisting that machinery is financed by bank, so bank wants to protect. So I want a policy for burglary, but I don't want to pay the full premium. So you give me a policy which for a cover which is likely to happen. They can take away a part of the machinery or important part of the, like a electronic part or something they can take away. Some motherboard, something they can take away. Or bags, even overnight they can take away only 25% of the bags, not the entire. You take, for example, you imagine a showroom where they are selling TV, washing machine, fridge. He wants to take a burglary policy. Can anybody take all the items inside the showroom in overnight? All the washing machine, all the fridges, all the TV? They can take only a part of that. They cannot take. Otherwise, morning will come. So he wants to take a policy for the probable loss. For that kind of client, what we have designed a policy called first loss policies. For examination point of view, most of you would have read first loss policy applicable to diamond, because not all the diamond can be stored. Diamond is a small amount. So that is a normal question for juniors. But for a senior, you must learn something more about first loss policies. What is more about first loss policy? Here, you never say you should take the entire amount. You accept the maximum probable loss. You allow the customer to take for a lesser value. There you are not allowing the regular burglary where pro rata average is applied. Here you are allowing the customer to take a lesser value which is prone for probable loss. So what is the lesser value? He can take 50% of the total value. You can take 75% of the taken value, but you must take